It's Monday, February the 7th. It's 9 a.m. All members are present. Town manager, town attorney, town clerk. Stand for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
As we gather today here together, let us be ever thankful for the opportunity to serve. We ask that this meeting be guided with the wisdom, productivity, and respect for one another as we work together to accomplish a common goal for the good of our community and its citizens. Let our hearts and heads be filled with hope for a brighter future. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the final agenda.
Move to approve.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. For public comment this morning, we have a guest this morning that I want to bring up. We have one of our constitutional officers here from Lee County, Mr. Tommy Doyle, the supervisor of elections. Tommy, stand up over here at the mic, and the floor is yours.
Council members, thank you for allowing me to talk to you today. I wanted to just bring you up to date or give you some heads up of what our office is doing and maybe get a little feedback from you. Back in 2010, after the census, the supervisor of elections reduced their precincts from 175 precincts to 125. A precinct was removed from Fort Myers Beach, leaving them with 2 precincts. And of course, 2012 election came. I don't have to explain what happened there. After that 2012 election, a precinct was added back to Fort Myers Beach. Now we're come to present, to the census, and the dynamics has totally changed since 2012. Our vote by mail is popular. We started paying for postage back. 85% of our voters vote by mail. 75% of registered voters on the Fort Myers Beach vote before Election Day, either early voting or vote by mail. So we're reducing our precincts down to 100. I'm trying to reduce it down to 100. Seems like a lot, but we already have 20-some precincts consolidated around the county where we're using one election board. And so we're going to reduce. We want to make Fort Myers Beach 1 precinct. So you have 1 voting site and 1 precinct. Of course, we're going to mitigate any crowds, I would say, by opening up an early voting site on Bass Road, which is about 8 miles from here. And of course, the voting site will be one of the things, a problem with voting sites and lines is not enough privacy booths to vote in and not enough tabulators. So we're going to, normally a precinct has 2 tabulators, but with the consolidation that we're doing, we're going to have 3 and 4 tabulators at sites. So I don't think we'll have any lines. We're doing this with Pine Island and Sanibel also. I just want to give you a heads up and maybe get some feedback from the council and their thoughts.
Tommy, thank you for coming this morning. Thank you for bringing the news. I think that's just off the cuff. Haven't had a chance to really digest it, but my initial reaction is I think that's a mistake, particularly given the north-south geographical challenges of our island. I wonder if it's possible to transition in this direction and go to 2 and have one on the north end of the island and one on the south end of the island. I think you've got 2022 is going to be a big cycle. 2024 is going to be a big cycle. And we've had some challenges on this island in the past. And I think a good compromise might be having one on the north end and one on the south end. Just my initial reaction.
I would also add now with the recent changes Florida's making in the election laws, I understand that you'll have to reapply to get a mail-in ballot now.
Apply after every general election.
every general election.
Yeah.
So that's a significant change, and you said that the vast majority of people are voting by mail. I mean, that seems to me that it could be a perfect storm where you're reducing the number of precincts, and then people are going to be left behind, not realizing they have to register their chance to get a mail-in ballot, and they're going to show up at these precincts, and there's only one. It could
I
be.
understand what you're saying, but what's going to happen now, everybody's vote by mail will be expiring on the same date. So it's not that they're not going to forget. And we always send out letters to everybody who vote by mail expires to get them to renew that vote by mail. And we'll continue to push vote by mail and early voting as we proceed ahead. I'll take that consideration to do the north and south.
Tommy, just a quick question. Do you have an idea of which precinct you hope to retain of the
The
three?
chapel right now we're thinking of the chapel by the sea.
That's what I was going to opine about. If you do reduce to one, I think location is very important. And maybe if you could go more mid-island, it's the traffic. Jim said there was an issue, but he didn't actually say the word traffic out loud. It's the traffic problem.
I think in August it's not a problem, but when we get into November, maybe
A little worse than,
it is now, but
Right.
it'll be a little more.
right. So if you do reduce to one, I think I would be very careful about where you put it.
So I think we have three, the Church of the Ascension, is that what that is?
South one, yes.
That's the furthest south one? Okay. I may take a look at, I'm also looking at the size of the room also.
We also have a church more mid-island, St. Peter's,
Peters, they used to have.
which there used to be
Yeah,
a
St.
precinct
Peter's
there.
Evangelical, that's a polling location right now.
That might be a good compromise if you decide you have to go to one.
Okay.
Not that I want you to leave chapel, but
If there is a north-south compromise with going from 3 to 2, chapel and then Church of the Ascension might be a good reach for the island, just as an initial transition point, just see how it goes. 2022, got governor's race, Senate race, and it's got a lot of races that are pretty significant, so.
Well, if the vote by mail or early voting continues to increase dramatically. I mean, you're talking about in 2012, before we started, 52% of the island voted on election day. Fast forward to 2020, 25% voted on election day. So it's quite a dramatic drop in election day in-person voting.
Any other good
And
news for us today,
it's not about saving money. It's not about that. It's more about recruitment of poll workers, getting the best poll workers on sites, and poll worker availability. It's more about, because we're losing precincts all the time, finding new ones hard to do. So I'll take that. We'll take that in consideration, of course.
Thank you.
I mean, is this a local decision, or is this being mandated by the state of Florida?
It's local.
Local. Any other questions?
Question, what's the rejection rate of ballots between mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? How many ballots are considered or not counted?
Person ballots. I mean,
Someone goes into a precinct and votes.
well, there's no really rejection on those ballots. What a ballot is tabulated once you go in person, unless you do a provisional ballot, which has to be vetted for any voter who doesn't have an ID or it's a problem with registration. They do a provisional, and that's vetted. There's a lot of rejections on that because most people aren't registered to vote, or they register to vote before after book closing, which is 29 days before the election. Vote by mail rejection rate is probably under 1%.
I just see, Mr. Mayor, before you go, Tommy, when a government entity makes a tough decision like this, the fact that you came here personally to share that with us I think it's unusually refreshing.
I didn't get nervous till last night.
Even though I didn't
get nervous till last night.
I didn't like the news, but I thought it was unusually refreshing that you came to share it and have some dialogue
Are
with
we
us
here
this morning.
first, Tommy? Are we here?
Yes.
Oh, well, why did you say so? We would have relaxed you a little bit more. But I had a question, Tommy. You You mentioned the one up on Bass Road there
Yes.
for the early voting. How about that one in North Benita on the Estera line there in that shopping center for early voting? Is that going to remain open?
Yes.
Okay.
That's our branch office,
Yeah.
and that'll be open for early voting, and it's precinct also for Bonita area.
Yeah, that's an alternative for people on the south end of the island to go down that way. Okay, great. Anything else for Tommy?
I would just say, of all of the politicians in the county, I hear the most positive things about you, so you should know that.
They're all lies. Thank you again, and we'll proceed, and thanks for I thought of that too, but I wanted to hear back from you guys, so thanks a lot.
Thanks for coming down, Tommy. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I'm ready to go home, okay?
Thank you.
Well, you've,
All right, thank you.
Annabelle will be much tougher on him. All right, the next item is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Sarah Spector.
Morning.
Morning.
Sarah Spector with Retzel and Andrus on behalf of Persad Properties. Pursuant to a settlement agreement with the town, Persad Properties has diligently pursued construction of the two homes located at 3050 and 3056 Estera Boulevard. The property was recently subjected to the condominium form of ownership, with the declaration of condominium being recorded on January 18th, 2022, allowing for the homes to be sold individually. Both homes are under contract, and closing will take place as soon as the final certificate of completion issue is addressed, which should be in the very near future. The town has imposed 7 code enforcement violations relative to property located at 1028 and 1046 Estera Boulevard. The violations are wholly unrelated to the residential development located further down Estera Boulevard. The liens have been recorded against the properties and are showing as exceptions to title on the title commitments for both of the homes. Buyers have asked that the residential properties be released from the liens so that there are no outstanding code violations at the time of purchase. The violations are currently being the owner hopes to address the code violations by way of the settlement agreement with regard to the pending litigation. It is recognized that Section 162.09 Florida statutes allows the town to record an order imposing a fine in the public records, and once recorded, it constitutes a lien not only against the property on which the violation exists, but also any other real property owned by the violator. Section 162.09 also provides the town with the authority to execute a satisfaction or a release of the lien. We respectfully request that the town record a release of the 7 liens only as it relates to the property located at 3050 and 3056 Estera Boulevard, so those homes can be sold as contemplated by the settlement agreement. I've prepared a list of the 7 liens, which I'll give to your county attorney, the town attorney and town manager, which includes the code enforcement case number and the recording information for the liens in the Lee County Public Records. We're more than happy to prepare the release documents, but first wanted to present this request to the town council for direction.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Dawn Thomas.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Thomas, and I'm coming on behalf of the Safety Committee. We had brought this up in our meeting, and I just wanted to bring up a few things. We would like to address the sidewalk, the bike, and the scooter situation that's going on from Coconut Point up to the north end of the island. Because we do not have a designated bike lane, we are finding all of the bikes and scooters, regardless of electric or non-electric, on our sidewalks. We're also finding that the amount of people walking on our sidewalks seems to have increased this year and I don't know if it's because of COVID or if because we have these beautiful new wide sidewalks, but as you get closer to Times Square, numbers increase, and we're finding a battle of space between bikers and walkers. And what has ended up happening is these bikers, regardless, as I said, regardless if it's an electric bike, you could be legal on the sidewalk, riding your bike, you come up to a family of 5 with a stroller, and they're veering out into the street. You're watching cars slam their brakes, go left and right, and it's getting more congested as you hit Lani Kai and closer to Times Square. We would like to in some ideas or talk about coming up with some solutions with the town. Don't know the answers at this point. We are throwing, the spaghetti to the wall to figure out what we can do. Is it more signage to say no electric bikes on the sidewalk? How are we going to handle the electric scooters that are on the sidewalk right now? Those are blowing by as well. That's another one. And the electric skateboards that are going by at 15, 20 miles an hour, again, causing congestion. Is it sidewalks or bikers to the left? Bikers go with the flow of traffic. Larger signs that say bikes right in the street with traffic. We have the small bike illustrations that are in the middle of the street, but people aren't seeing those and they're not using them. And again, they're using the sidewalks veering in and out. And I really do think that in light of, we've had hit and runs, we've had bicyclists hit lately, and we have Lee County Sheriff giving us the exact number. We were hoping by tomorrow's meeting, but I don't think we're going to get it then. We had the biker sadly hit. Now that was a drunk driver, but again, I just think that we are encouraging people to walk and bike around the island to get out of their cars, and we don't have the space to do it the way we're laying it out right now, and I think we need to come up with something that's a little more creative. Also, I just want to bring up, and I know our liaison, Dan, is going to bring this up, but the safety committee would like a formal update on the lighting and what's going on. Our streets are still dark, and our side streets are pitch black in certain areas. For example, on Palermo Circle alone, you go 300 feet between lights, and you can't see anything. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
All I have signed up.
That's it. Anyone else like to speak this morning that's here? Seeing none, we'll move on. The next item is local achievements and recognitions. Start with you, Bill.
Just thanks to Chapel by the Sea for hosting the DOT event on the bridge.
Here.
Nothing additional.
Sam.
Nothing this morning?
I don't have anything either. Move on. Advisory committees, items and reports. Steve Johnson is here from the Marine Resources Task Force.
Hello, Steve Johnson, Resource Task Force Chair. Hello. One item today. Sorry, it kind of came at the last minute. We had voted, I made a motion during our previous meeting in January, and that request was for a modification of the Marine Resources Task Force Advisory Board name only. So keeping the same scope. Motion was to adopt a new name, Marine and Environmental Resource Task Force. It was voted 5-1 in favor to move forward. I'll bring that to you today. The acronym then would be MERTF, which would continue to be called MRF if you so please. But again, so the purpose was simply for outreach purposes. As the MRF Advisory Board is participating in a lot more education and outreach, they felt the people that are most involved feel like that that additional word would help them in communicating then the scope of the work that the MRF is doing. So that's it for me. And actually, Jennifer also was here to an update as well.
You?
Good morning,
Morning.
Council, Vice Mayor, Town Manager, Council, Amy, everyone, good morning. Jennifer Russ, Marine Resource Task Force, and I'm here to give you an update on the Marine Resource Task Force pop-up booth. We started in April of last year. We've had over 60 pop-ups since then. We've had over 1,000 volunteer hours, and we have spoken to thousands of people, visitors, and community. And we've given countless tattoos out. And in this picture, you'll see two kids that visited the pop-up, and they are holding a pledge that Ding Darling had given us some posters to give out, and they can read the sign and sign at the bottom. Some of the things that we have been new since I've last been here to talk about the pop-up are We have seashell bags with little messages that say no live shelling, and these are great for holding some of the things that we give out, which is manatee stickers, lover's keys stickers, reusable water bottles by offering sea turtle stickers or butterfly stickers. We have handouts that we promote native landscaping, butterflies, nesting, seashore nesting birds. A popular one is seashells and coloring books. A new one, Clear Your Gear, Catches More Than Fish, Look Who's Flying coloring book, manatee. That's all provided by WC and Bing Darling. We also hand out different things like clean boater habits and boater guides and fishing regulations. And also, in regards to what Dawn was saying, would like something to hand out to promote safe bicycling. So if I'm hoping tomorrow I can ask them if they can come up with something that we can help promote safety that way. So I just wanted to thank you all for your support. And if you can go to the next picture. It's been a lot of fun. And I really appreciate all your support. We are going to be at the Shrimp Parade Festival in Lynn Hall at the market area, and I'm asking town council to come and volunteer a few hours. It would be a great time for you to, connect with the citizens and visitors, and so that's it. Any questions?
Have anything to sell at that?
No, we don't sell anything.
The vice mayor is very good at that. I just want to volunteer in your services.
No, we don't sell anything. We just promote the resources our island has.
All right, just thought I'd ask.
That was a lot of information. Does that mean this constitutes another pop-up? 61 now.
Actually, I'm in talks with Pinellas County. I think this sort of environmental pop-up would benefit all of the communities along the peninsula of Florida. So I think, I hope that other communities will get out there and promote their resources that they have.
Questions for Jennifer?
Just to know, she's been talking about this, Murph has, about this change of name for a couple of months. So you know that the actual scope of the committee is broader than the name. They have the authorization to do everything they're working on now.
Was that broad in scope? Has that been approved over time? The broadening of the scope?
It was in their ordinance, yes.
It was in the ordinance,
So
okay.
it's been there a long time.
Okay. Right, well, thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you.
You have a lot of swag there,
I do, so stop by.
keeping the
and
kiddies busy with a lot of reading on their vacations,
on the plane ride back and
That's true.
and visiting their grandparents and their families.
Settle them down. Okay, thanks so much. Anyone else, any other committee members? No, okay, we'll move on. Okay, then the next item is kind of a fun one for me. On the 26th of this month, my dad, John Murphy, is going to turn 100 years old. So, the blessing of the town council, I've had a proclamation prepared here. I'd like to read it into the record now. This is a Town of Fort Myers Beach proclamation. Whereas on the 26th day of February 1922, John Edward Murphy, the first and only child of John and Ruth Murphy, was born in Hackensack, New Jersey. And whereas John grew up in the Great Depression of the 1920s and 1930s, and like so many other Americans, endured the hardships of those trying times. And whereas through hard work and perseverance, John put himself through college, only to be interrupted by World War II, where he served in Europe with the United States Army. And whereas upon his return from the war, John completed his college education and began his career in sales. And in 1951, while on a Christmas vacation in St. Pete Beach, he met a Canadian nurse named Anne, whom he wed in August of 1952. And whereas John and Ann raised and educated 9 sons and 1 daughter, all while running a family business and also investing in real estate in the Sunshine State. And whereas John developed property in Naples and later Fort Myers Beach in the 1970s and 1980s and continues to reside on the beach, where he has supported local charities, his church, and a certain town councilman along the way. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, that we hereby take official note of the joyous occasion of Mr. Murphy's 100th birthday, and do hereby proclaim February 26, 2022 as John E. Murphy Day in the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and invite all our citizens and visitors to join us in wishing him the happiest of birthdays and many more to come. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, be affixed this 7th day of February 2022, Raymond P. Murphy, Mayor. Well, thank you very much for allowing me that. That's for you, Dad. Now, cooperative and hang in there till the 26th. That's all I can say, at least.
Is he watching? Is he watching?
I doubt it very much. His dad, my grandfather, lived to be 104. And now my dad, I've got him in the pool to making at least 103, but he could live a very much longer life here too. But it's quite a milestone, and I appreciate it very much, allowing me this indulgence. Okay, we'll move on. The next item is a presentation by Florida Power and Light about the electric charging stations, and Mr. Peter Martinez is here from FPL. Peter.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity. So my name is Peter Martinez, as you said, and I work for the development group at FPL. And today I want to spend some time going over our Fpl Evolution program. We have a good program that's really a win for everyone, and hopefully we can partner to install some EV charging stations. So I'm not sure how much background you have, so what I thought we would do is, I'd go through some slides so you understand the program. I can answer your questions, and then we can talk about the actual proposed location.
Have to turn it on.
Right. So what's interesting is Florida is actually the #2 state for EV in our country. Tremendous growth. EVs have doubled in the last 3 years. That by 2030, we may have 1 million EVs on the road in Florida. With that comes a lot of opportunity. From the utility perspective, there's a few key things that are on our mind. Number one, how's this going to impact our grid? Are we ready for it? Closely related to that, what is charging behavior going to look like? And then third, we want to be supportive of EV drivers, right? Folks need to plug in. We want to be there for them. Those really are the key drivers behind our program. It's why we got started about 2.5 years ago. And what we've been doing is just installing EV chargers throughout our territory, focused on different segments. We've pivoted a couple times, and I'll talk about that. Fpl Evolution got started about a couple years ago. I'll talk more about that in a second. I think it's very important to understand that it's no longer a matter of if EV is going to happen or not. Last year was a huge year for the auto industry, pivoting, making huge announcements, billion-dollar investments, and to pivot, announcing their plans to electrify most of their vehicles. Every single auto manufacturer did that. We continue to see huge announcements every week. Ford last week announced, I think, another $20 billion to upgrade a couple of their plants and focus on battery manufacturing. So a lot of new vehicles coming out. It's an exciting time. Again, it's opportunity. We need to be ready. I do also want to point out that the EV charging stations that we use are universal in nature. So it would function with all of these cars. There is a small exception. So Tesla uses their own proprietary technology. With fast chargers, they can use our stations. Our stations have a CS port and a CHAdeMO port. You can use the stations, but they would need an adapter. Tesla drivers, for the most part, for fast charging, they're relying on the Tesla network because it's already pretty robust. Some Tesla drivers do have the adapter. It's around $300. So it kind of depends on the driver's preferences and things. We wanted to point that out.
Are there pretty much just 2 standards then, currently?
Yes. And 1 down the road is going to be probably going away. both boards. Right, so I don't want to spend too much time here. Switching to an EV, there are a lot of benefits. You know, are fun to drive, definitely less maintenance. There are things that still need to be figured out, right? You know, things like of batteries, but at the same time, there's a lot of pros, right? So something called vehicle to grid or vehicle to home. That's something that Ford is trying to explore. Take the battery in your car and use that to help complement, you know, the power in your house. So there's a lot more to come with this. Again, switching to an EV, is it perfect? Is it going to solve all of our, you know, carbon problems? No, but again, it's happening, so we want to be ready. Right, so Fpl Evolution, like I mentioned, got started about 2.5 years ago. Initially, our goal was to install around 1,000 charge ports, and we're actually pretty close to that. Initially, our focus was on workplace and destination chargers. Think of, you know, a large office space or a headquarters, nations, parks, zoos, museums, and we were putting level 2 chargers. So those are the smaller ones that you'll typically see. And the idea was just to be supportive of those folks that were interested in charging, maybe, you know, didn't want that upfront cost of the charger, and we were able to provide that for them. So we have around 500 of those chargers that have been installed so far, another 400 that are in construction. It's a very successful program. This going forward is going to be fast chargers. 6 segments, highway and urban. I think your particular location is kind of a little bit of a hybrid. You know, Florida's obviously very diverse. There's no one size fits all, but highway. So the idea is that if you're traveling long distance, a place to stop and charge, you pull off the highway or whatever road it may be, plug in, you enjoy the surrounding amenities, and after approximately half an hour, you're on your way. Urban's somewhat similar. So urban, I think the perfect example of urban is a downtown Miami. If you live in a high rise, you don't have a place to charge. Go down, you plug in, enjoy the surrounding amenities, and then approximately half an hour later, depending on your way. Very important for the future of EV driving, right? Folks don't have a place to charge. There's a little bit of the, you know, the chicken or the egg thing, right? You know, put in the charges before all the EVs here. You have potential EV drivers that need to get an EV because they're not sure where they're going to charge also. There is a little bit of that, and we are aware of that. I've mentioned a couple different types of charging, so I'll spend some time here. Level 1, that's just plugging into a regular wall outlet. That's actually going to be the most convenient and easy thing for most people because, you know, you can plug in your garage if you have one, and it's going to be the lowest cost option as well. Level 2, by bumping up to 240 volts, I'm looking at 6 to 8 hours. So that's great for topping off at the workplace, maybe topping off, you know, around town. Some homeowners do pay some money to have level 2 chargers. Really, all 3 of these levels are very important for the future. Again, level 3, it's a game changer. You need to travel long distance or you don't have a place to charge most vehicles in approximately 30 minutes. It does depend on the vehicle and what voltage it operates. It is a game changer. As you can imagine, the level 3 chargers, they're pretty expensive, around $30,000 per unit. So once it's installed and everything, you know, our projects are pretty expensive. We are spending some capital.
Are these locations going to have just one of the 3 or all 3 capabilities?
We're just focused on the fast charging, the level 3.
Yeah, I just kind of concerned with it being just one specific person then can use it.
Well, no, it's universal in nature, and I'll show you some pictures. So the fast chargers have 2 ports, the CCS and the CHAdeMO. So any EV can use back to the Tesla, they would need an adapter.
Even a level 1 use the fast charger?
The levels are just how you're actually charging. Any car can do all 3. Some older vehicles can't do the fast charging. Make sense?
So these charging stations would have the 110 outlet on them as well?
Oh, no, they wouldn't. No.
That's kind of what I was trying to get at.
No. If you're interested in just doing a 110 outlet, plug in wherever you can find an outlet. Yeah. It's usually going to be, you know, residence or something.
Are there older EVs though, where this system would not work for them?
Yes. An older Nissan Leaf cannot support fast charging.
So in the fast charge, they couldn't use a slower version. It like Dan was saying. So if your car doesn't support fast charging, then you can't use these chargers.
Correct. That is going forward. That is going to be a very small percentage. That's going to be a few of the early, you know, pioneer EVs, and
I would have to believe it can be very expensive to add a 110 outlet beside this for someone that has an older vehicle or an older version, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
For all the basis for a fairly low cost would seem to be direction.
But would we
I mean,
want
if you
somebody
look
in
at
one
the
of our
time,
parking spaces for 20 hours?
Yeah, why?
Right,
Why
exactly.
would they
We
do
want to
that?
turn them over.
I understand that, but even, that's a full charge is 20 hours, I'm assuming. If you're completely empty, 20 hours to do a full charge.
correct. Yeah, it's really not going to move the needle much. And that person is going to spend a lot of money on parking as well, right? The proposed location that we're looking at, it's, I think, $5 per hour. That's still high. Fast charging.
No, it just seems to be that if someone's gonna pay the $10 to park there, have an older vehicle, why shouldn't they have the option to be able to charge their vehicle, even if it is for only 2 hours? I don't know anybody that doesn't, lets their phone go completely dead and then wait until it's fully charged before they start using it.
Right. I think they're actually, I mean, I completely understand, but I think you're actually better off, just want a regular wall outlet, you're better off looking for parking somewhere, otherwise it's really. All right.
Continue.
All right, so partnering with us, I think there's a lot of benefits. You know, you're partnering with FPL, large company. We're not going anywhere. We're very successful in terms of operations. And FPL is going through a green and sustainable revolution right now. I'm not sure if you've seen it in the news, but we have a huge solar expansion, 30 million solar panels by the year 2030. We're very proud of that. Doing a lot with battery storage. We announced the completion of the world's largest battery in Manatee County. And I think that what we're doing with EV charging really complements that well. Also, you know, our EV charging stations, we're going to treat them as an extension of our electric grid. Our electric grid is our baby. We spend billions of dollars on it. These have an asset management team assigned to them. So I think there's some comfort in that. I also want to point out, EV drivers know that there's a few different apps out there that they can use to find EV charging stations. We decided to make our own. So our IT done a really good job with this. Download it now. It's called Fpl Evolution. And to see where our stations are, you can navigate straight to our stations, see what amenities are nearby, see which stations are available, look at your charging history. It's really well done, and they're going to. All right, so how does the actual program work? So we try to make this nice and easy. There is zero cost to a host. We handle everything from permitting all the way to maintenance. All O&M we handle. We even pay for the electricity. Drivers using the stations are going to pay a fee to use those 30 cents a kilowatt hour. So what does that end up being? On average, that's going to be $12 to $15 for a full charge. And that usually ends up being around half of what it would be for a comparable combustion engine. And we're going to operate and maintain it. Because we are spending capital, we do have a 10-year agreement. I sent that to Doug Malloy. I'm not sure if you've seen that. We are trying to keep it standard. What's nice is it's pretty much a 3-pager with a couple of appendices. If you have any questions or concerns, certainly let me know about that. At the end of the 10 years, there's 2 options. Move the stations, sell to you for fair market value, very low at that point. We did the accounting, the asset life. 10-year commitment. Also want to point out, we may need an easement for a transformer. All of our fast charging stations do use dedicated transformers, so depending on the location and where we need to put the transformer, it's possible we already have an easement, but we may need to make that clear. All right, so looking back to the locations that we're interested in, again, I think this is kind of a unique location. Urban, we're kind of looking for that dense area, people living in apartments, condos, don't have a place to charge. I've got a picture of your location here in a beautiful island. I think, this has a lot of promise in terms of the chargers being used for a lot of reasons. I'll come back to that in a little bit. 2 to 4 charge, I think, is what makes sense. Parking location that we're looking at, probably a little bit tight on space. I think I might be hesitant to do 4 there, but, 4, I think about that. I mentioned the highway. I think, I also wanted to share this because I think this also applies here. So when I'm talking highway, I'm not just talking I-75. And we do have a site off of I-75. We have, I think it's Colonial Plaza That wasn't my project, but that's around 15 miles northeast. So that's really to support those drivers along I-75. But what about the folks on the beach? And we'll come back to that. But this is, kind of gives you an idea of what we're up to. We don't want folks to have, more than a 25-mile gap. And we want to be supportive of those folks that need to travel. Pictures. All right, so always nice to see pictures. I'll point out a few things. The pictures on the left are charge point units. So charge point, you might recognize a long time. And the units, we had a little, Fpl there. We do check the parking spaces. Electronics unit, a little bit newer. Not a good job of EV charging, but they're more popular. To point out, I think it's important to understand. Electric panel. We do need a new electric panel. We do need a new next switch, a new meter can. That does take up space. So I do want to point that out. These pictures show pretty much the chargers, but these are some of our partners so far, and most of these level 2 program. And when we started this, we really wanted to understand, charging behavior. We wanted, a diverse set of hosts. We got that. As you can see, we have defense, education, hospitality, really just. What's interesting is our number one site in terms of usage is actually a hospital in Palm Beach County. And when you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? So Palm Beach County, this is, it's actually Jupiter Medical Center, which is the picture there. So pretty affluent area. 24/7 operation. Doctors have Teslas and Taycans, and that seems to be the perfect recipe for lots of charging, which I think is kind of interesting. So in terms of timeline and next steps, I mentioned the agreement. Assuming you guys wanted to move forward from there, we're looking total about 8 to 10 months. Most of that time, nothing is happening, right? Assuming you want to move forward, I then get approval internally and come do a site visit with engineering. But the engineering process, then the permitting process. Permitting process is usually what takes the longest. What we're finding is that a lot of municipalities, cities, counties, they're still determining what their requirements are. A little bit of back and forth, which is perfectly fine, but it takes time, right? So of the 8 to 10 months, most of the time nothing's happening. Actual installation, around a month. Depends on the site, how much underground work is needed. And we would certainly work with you that the area is blocked off as needed. Any questions here? That's kind of like the program specific, and then I wanted to talk more about the actual location. Up here for questions or keep going?
It's fine. Yeah, go ahead. Bill, you got I'm sorry.
My understanding is that you want to use some of our public parking spaces for this. That wasn't quite clear to me. How do you keep people from parking in them that don't have electric cars? Parking is a premium here. People are going to use those spaces.
Okay. We wouldn't do anything to manage that. What we would do is, if someone plugs in and they're there longer than they need to be, we're finding them through the actual, the
I'm not
app.
talking about people who
I
are
know, I
plugging in.
understand. That would be up to you guys. However you would want to manage that.
Then we would have to pay for that enforcement for you. If we have to pay extra to the sheriff in order to enforce that.
Understood, yeah, there's no, we don't have, you grew up at
My
FPL,
suggestion is that if you're looking at locations that are on a public street, that's not going to work here. Maybe in a parking lot where there's room for extra spaces and things like that. Here at Town Hall, maybe we do rent out spots, but on a public street, people are just going to park in those spaces and you're not going to get any customers. I just guarantee it too.
I don't know, the exact dynamics of the area. I was given a few different options. I thought that the one, that I was going to talk about here made the most sense just because the amenities nearby.
Right.
That's also what creates a challenge.
Yeah.
the other kind of angle on that too, Rexanne, is that I think having the charger there and having it striped off is probably going to prevent people from parking there because they're going to think it's like a gas station where you don't park in front of a gas pump. But then there's also then lost revenue. So if people are not parking there, and they're underutilized, those spots are a revenue for the town. But it's a zero cost option.
Oh, I agree, it's not a zero-cost option for us. It's something I'd like to see supported because I think it's important to look toward the future. I'm just saying, I think we need to do it in a different location than on public street, because I just guarantee you, we do not have enough presence around here to enforce bicycle issues. You may have heard that earlier. People were riding electric bikes on the sidewalk.
Understood.
People just, when they're here on vacation, they ignore the rules. So we're just not going to have customers in those spots.
That's why I'm here, to discuss those things, right? Every proposed location is different, has its unique challenges.
Any other questions?
Mr. Martinez, first of all, thank you for being here. I think this is a very forward-thinking program. I think this is an issue where the technology is evolving quickly. I think as an early adopter, instead of doing this ourselves, we shift the risk to FP&L. I think that's a smart play given the dynamics of this technology. That being said, I haven't seen the language of the 10-year agreement. Should technology change within the 10 years, which is a significant possibility, under the agreement, would FP&L then be responsible for updating the existing stations, or would we be stuck with those particular stations?
Yeah, so right now there isn't necessarily any upgrade language, right? So it's the 10 years. Are absolutely correct, right? Things are going to continue to evolve. Fast chargers are going to continue to get faster. The current agreement, we aren't necessarily going to go out and upgrade everything in 5 years. It's possible we update it, but right now that asset will stay there.
Is that, I mean, I assume you guys have thought about that. Doesn't that seem odd to you that over a 10-year period we would be stuck with, we've already discussed this morning, I think you're right that we should move towards where the majority of cars are, but we have current cars that can't use this technology. Imagine 10 years from now, are we going to have antiquated charging stations that
Will not be antiquated. So think of it a couple different ways. So there's hardware and there's software. Software will continue to be updated. That's important for interoperability with different hardware-wise. So right now you're looking at half an hour for most vehicles. Next few years, that's going to drop by. So within 10 years, I can see it being.
What happens when you discussed how Tesla and the other providers use a different network? What happens when they finally hopefully agree on a particular common network? Then these stations aren't germane to that particular technology or network. I mean, it just seems like in the agreement, I love the idea. I love what you're doing. In the agreement, you ought to have some flexibility to allow the charging stations to evolve technology-wise, and it seems like FPL ought to bear that risk, because that's the advantage of going with FPL, because we shift the risk to you. But if we're stuck 5 years, 7 years from now with old charging stations.
Understood. So there isn't necessarily language saying that we will, but there isn't language saying that we won't either.
When you talk to the folks at the mothership, is that their intent to flow with the technological shifts? I mean, would that be the?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, the chargers that we're using. So just last week, I had a meeting in construction. Chargers that we're using this year. I mean, they just came out. Haven't been used anywhere else.
I would just take that concept back to your superiors and
that's excellent feedback.
See if you can think about that. Because again, what you're trying to accomplish here, I think is excellent. I think it'd be great for our island. So I'm just a thought.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Mr. Town Attorney, do you have any opinions on that language or lack thereof? The agreement?
I've looked at the agreement and I've provided my comments to staff. There are some provisions in the agreement that concerns about that I voiced. Give you an example. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that the agreement says that, you know, we're talking about, oh, they're going to be there for 10 years and we can purchase them. There's another section at the beginning of the agreement that says that FPL can remove the chargers at their discretion at any time. That, in my opinion, creates an internal inconsistency in the document. When we as staff raised those issues originally with FPL, the response was, as the gentleman indicated, we like to keep this document changed because it's used generally or universally in other places. And so, you know, I do have some issues and some concerns in general with the document as it's currently written.
I can comment on that particular concern. So we have no interest in removing any station at the 10-year mark. We can't meet our goals, and we're not being supportive of EV drivers. The only reason that's there is because the Florida Public Service Commission requires us to have that there. In case for some reason they decide that they want us to move forward.
How about the specific language that Councilman Adderhall is talking about with the obsolescence of these stations?
I believe that I'd have to check, sure, our council member, but I do believe it also gives the city the right to request for their removal for whatever reason, if they're obsolete or they need to be updated or you find another service provider that's providing, you know, I think I potentially would see an issue is this dichotomy between anyone else and Tesla. If someone comes along at some point in time with or without, or maybe even Tesla itself, that creates a universal charger, then, you know, do these become obsolete? And under that scenario, I do believe the agreement does provide that the city can ask for the chargers to be removed, replaced by someone else.
Is Mr. Martinez, if that is indeed the case, that really addresses my concern. Is that your understanding as well, that under the agreement, if they are deemed obsolete, the town has the right to ask for their removal?
Not exactly sure.
Let's check on that, because that could actually resolve the issue that we're talking about. Because I do think it's in FP&L's interest to keep them updated. I think they would certainly want to, because obviously that's what makes them germane to the issue here. Yep.
Yeah, and to actually just address a little bit of that concern, so Tesla right now in Europe, they actually use one of the ports that we use here. Tesla is also going to start using it here. So there's been rumors about it for years, and they just permitted a project in Texas where they're proprietary, as well as this other one that they're using in Europe that it looks like Tesla's actually coming the other way. The reason they're doing that is because they're actually seeking, you know, some of this Biden infrastructure money. There's more for them to, I guess, go after if they have universal.
Appreciate that, but do check on our town attorney's point that does the town have the right to have the charges removed if they are deemed obsolete, and who would deem them obsolete? How would that process work? I don't think we have no intention of doing that, particularly if they're working. But if they are obsolete, we certainly don't want to be stuck for 5 years with a box that doesn't work. But thank you.
It would kind of mean that it's not really a 10-year agreement if either one of us can
Fair point.
get them removed it, and, you know.
Fair point, which is maybe a good thing.
Martinez, my concern is similar to what you're saying. I respectfully disagree with you about the software, hardware comment. Technology companies are very infamous for changing simple hardware like a charging end to promote you to buy new products. And I'm fearful that as this technology increases and uses more, that's going to happen from the car manufacturers. Every 3-4 years, they're going to change the end of the plug that you need to plug in. And if there's nothing in the agreement that says FP&L will update that hardware, are we stuck, as you said, with an obsolete technology that unless you use that specific end, if you have an old iPhone 4, you can use this, but if you have an iPhone 12, you can't.
Seems to me it would be in their interest to upgrade it. Otherwise, they're not making any money on it either. But anyhow, I understand your point. But Roger, did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, I think you just made the point I was about to make, Mr. That is that FP&L, I assume, is going to make money when someone charges their vehicle. Right, and it's purely recovering the cost of the chargers over time. Therefore, as the technology evolves, if they don't maintain the chargers in a fashion that serves a wide market, they're not going to have customers. Secondarily, I mean, we're offering an amenity, but the risk to us is minimal from the standpoint of you're paying us for the parking anyway. So let's just say the charger becomes obsolete. Well, people will just be parking there like they're parking there today. So their advantage to make it attractive to the widest possible range of electric vehicle customers, perhaps even including the 110 that I think Council Allers mentioned, so that they have the widest possible number of customers, which I think every business strives for. So I'm not particularly concerned about that. I did want to take this opportunity to remind the council that we're basically looking at two paths here going forward, if the council likes the concept to begin with. First path is we do something through like Fpl where they put it in, they sell the electricity, and we just sort of provide the dirt. Other alternative, which will be presented to you on Thursday, is where we purchase the equipment through a supplier and a partner, and we're basically the operator, and we sell the electricity and whatever. We just buy the product and charging station, and we'll be facing with the same thing of keeping whatever things upgraded to attract a large number of customers. But you'll hear about that on Thursday. So we just wanted you to have a good understanding of both concepts and what both concepts bring, so you can be better positioned to take a path if you want to pursue this initiative.
I appreciate that, Mr. Town Manager. And Mr. Martinez, here's your shot, because I think it's a good one. Can you talk a little bit more? Now you've heard the two alternatives. To me, having the town shift all of the risk to Fpl, who are subject matter experts in this field, seems very logical. Do you want to? That's a softball to you, by the way.
Well, I'm not sure what the other option is. I mean, it's a lot of.
But it doesn't really matter, just the point that it's not this or nothing, is my point.
And I would imagine in years to come, the way these technologies develop as quickly as they do, that there'll be a lot of other competitors one day in this field. But it behooves Fpl to stay competitive. I mean, you're in business to make money, like everybody else. So I can see that they would constantly be upgrading and so forth, just as they do with all of their other products that they sell to us. Oh.
One more question. What about when a storm comes? Things are full of electronics and they're ground level. Is there a way you can harden them or remove them, or?
So historically, they've actually done pretty well. So there haven't been too many fast chargers necessarily out there during. Level 2s have done really well, and then also, you know, what's of concern in this location has also done well is the level 2 chargers with salt spray. And Juno Beach at our headquarters, you know, similar distance to really well. But in terms of
Flooding.
Right, yeah, so flooding. It's going to be the same as our underground equipment, right? So you need significant flooding, water that is going to be stagnant for some time to really pose an issue. You know, your regular rain, that's no problem. But if it's really sitting there, not only is it an issue for the EV charger, it's an issue for whatever is feeding the EV charger farther back, you know, to the. So good concern, but really, power to everything at that point is.
Well, that's just piggyback on you. That's why we don't have underground electricity out here, because Fpl insists that when these storms come, that it'll ruin the electricity, and it's easier for them to rewire the island, keeping the wires up on the poles than it is having them buried underneath.
There are pros and cons to overhead and underground, definitely.
So if you follow that same logic, then these charging stations would be vulnerable to flooding as well.
It would be.
Okay.
But I think I saw in the picture, I don't know if you could go back to the picture of the example. They're on pedestals, so we could put them on a pedestal, so they're up a little bit, so they're not necessarily at ground level.
Yeah.
But that's a false sense of security.
Obviously, if it's a 6-foot flood, it's not gonna, storm surge, it's not gonna help you there, but,
Yeah, I mean,
but
I think-
obviously, localized street flooding would.
Cabling that's gonna come out of it is gonna go a few feet. Cost of the train.
Oh, that'll be the least of our problems when that happens.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and
Yes, sir.
members of the committee, I pulled up the agreement as you all were talking, and it does have a provision for the termination. Looking at it now, it's one of the areas that caused me concern. It is one way and only to the benefit of FPL. We do not have the right to terminate for convenience, although they do it within just 30 days' notice. It does have a provision, however, to the issue of additional equipment replacement. It does have a provision that does allow, actually, for town to raise the specter of, can you add chargers or replace chargers? And there is a provision in the agreement that does provide for additional replacement equipment to be provided. It's really written in the context of potentially going from 4 to 6 or more chargers depending upon demand, but I would read it to also mean replacement equipment or additional equipment than what's already there, and it is provided for in the agreement. It does allow FPL to bring in or use a third party if they can't do it themselves.
John, could you email that to us before Thursday? Because I'm just looking at our management and planning notebook, and it does not have the agreement in it.
It says, in the event host desires.
So I'm asking if you could email it to us.
I will, as soon as the meeting is over. Within 30 days' notice, they can, again, provide additional equipment to the town at the site, space availability, et cetera.
Is there any kind of performance?
In this section, it does provide for, it does say host, which is us, to share if we were to bring in a third party to use commercially reasonable efforts to share or cause such third party to share data information from such additional equipment with respect to vehicle charging activity, vehicle usage, and technical performance of the vehicle and such additional equipment. It's, again, one way, us to them. Assuming your question is, can they provide us that information as well?
Well, no, my specific thing was if there is damage to these things, by a named storm or unnamed drunk or whatever, is there anything in here saying that they have a responsibility to have a certain time on these, a certain percentage of time when they're operational?
Time is not in the agreement. From a liability perspective, depending on what happens, this is a lot of different scenarios. Everything's on us. Man scenario, we would go after him. The only thing that would make you liable is if how you negligent.
But if these things go down regularly and an obligation on FPL's part to fix them, to keep them running.
I think there's just high level language there. There for repair, I think within amount of time, not uptime like what you're saying.
$30,000 plus investment. They don't want it. They don't want it down. They want that up and running. So, anything else?
I think, do you have some more about the location?
I wanted to take a closer look at the location. I think a great, start off the conversation. Main road coming in. I think that's a lot of value because we're there. A lot of amenities. Rejection route. That's a lot of value. Looking at again, 4 parking spaces. This is the space that I was told. The north, it was a preference. I think south might be better. In looking at where our existing possible, we might have challenges actually existing. hours. We have a switch cabinet. Very doable. A lot of, attractive things about the site. You certainly brought up, yeah, we wouldn't really know exactly what we could do.
That area that's shaded off, that's FPL, or is that like dumpsters and things?
Yeah. I've actually never really seen us do anything, but
That raises another question. If you're gonna go in there with those, what'd you say that was there, a switch box and something else?
yeah, switch cabinet and then two small.
Interested to find out what the reasoning was for it to be right in the middle of a parking lot, or wasn't there a
There
road
must have
there?
been lack of space.
Or is it something we can capture and put charging stations there where there's not currently
Or
parking?
can it, if you're gonna be digging it up, tearing it up anyways, it's something that could get moved out of the center of that and open up some more parking spaces, potentially down towards the bottom of that picture or something? Again, I suppose you can't say anything about that until you engineer it or look at it.
Right. A lot of variables there. And, yeah, power going off in there and then going that road.
The only location?
Yeah, there were a couple of locations. I think this building was one. If there aren't amenities nearby, if it isn't really an area where you'd want people to park and potentially hang out, not, too much interest to us. That location makes sense to us for a lot of reasons.
Any private interest in something like Santini Plaza or shopping centers?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Private, yeah, absolutely. Shopping plazas make a lot of sense for us. The idea is you come, you plug in, enjoy the area, or maybe, a lot of people sit in their car and they manage. But if you can get a coffee and then be on your way, that's ideal.
Anything else, Peter?
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate
Oh,
it.
sure, appreciate you coming down, and thank you for the presentation. We'll be talking to you some more.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Sorry you didn't get the hero's welcome that Tommy Doyle got, but you did okay. Anyone need to break or anything, or should we continue? Continue, I guess. Okay, the next item is approval of the minutes, January 24th, 2022, Town Council meeting. Motion to approve the minutes.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Next item is the consent agenda. There's only one item on there, and it's historic recognition signage. This is to approve the updated historic recognition signs with our new logo. You have Carl Merrill standing behind? Okay, there it is. Look at that. It is for all you folks out in TV land and the audience. Very nice.
Go ahead and move to approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second?
And seconded. Discussion? It's just the continuation of our town logo being used everywhere, and it's consistent with the program, and it's very nice. So thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next item, we'll get into the public hearings now. First item is Resolution 22-05, which is variance 2021-0112, which is 50 Aberdeen Avenue. This is to approve or approve with conditions or deny variance 2021-0112, variance to allow the principal structure and elevated pool to encroach 10 feet into the 25 feet setback at 50 Aberdeen Avenue. there someone here to discuss this?
Mr. Green's here from staff.
This gentleman is for the applicant, okay?
Good morning. Oh, yeah. Yes, Brian.
Just question.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay, we'll swear in anybody who's going to testify.
Raise your right hand. Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
It would be appropriate this time, Mr. Mayor, to disclose any ex parte communications any of the council members may have had regarding this item.
Ex parte,
Drive-bys.
Walk by.
going by it for years, but that's about it.
Drive by.
Walk by.
Okay. There you have it. Sir, please identify yourself and proceed.
Certainly. Good morning. My name is Fred Drovlik. I'm with Waldrop Engineering. We merged with the company as of January 1. So on the slide, you'll see RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. The same offices, same presence. We've just merged with a more national planning firm. So as to not confuse anybody. But my name is Fred Drovlik, and I'm a planner there and representing the applicant, who's Candace and Ken Kochner, and representing here on the request for a variance. So that'll go through a fairly brief presentation, but I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the slides and go through in a bit of a meticulous nature on the variance criteria at the end. But I want to get you well oriented first to this case.
Excuse me, Fred?
Yes.
First of all, welcome. Good to have you here this morning. I'm just curious, I just watched the LPA hearing on this matter the other day. Is anything changed in terms of your presentation, just so we can be conscious of it before you go forward, from when you presented at the LPA to this morning? In other words, has there been any modifications made based upon what happened at the LPA?
No, there isn't. I just spent a little more detailed time on walking through the criteria as to why we believe it's the 5 criteria where staff and as the LPA voted 2-4 against did not believe 5 criteria.
Okay, thank you. Just curious, so I could be alert to it.
Yeah, there's no new conditions or site changes or anything like that.
Okay.
Sounds like you're all very familiar with this piece of property. It's on the corner of Estera Boulevard and Aberdeen Avenue. It's Aberdeen Avenue at this point is a beach access point that has a couple of parking spaces and is on the
5 parking spaces.
5 parking spaces, because they run along the side there and then 2 at the end. 5 parking spaces for beach access number 14. To the north-south are rental properties. This is also a property that has 2 rental units on it. The north and south are single-family rental units as well. The proposed property, it's about 0.34 acres, so it's a little over 15,000 square feet. There are 2 existing units on it. One's just under 1,500 square feet, which is the main building that's closer to the beach. And then there's one that's right up on Estera Boulevard. It's about 770 square feet. That's a second cottage. Both of them were constructed around the 1950s and have been improved to some state today, but were constructed quite a while ago. It's a corner lot, primary frontage obviously on Estera Boulevard, and secondary frontage on Aberdeen Avenue. 2 family homes have been registered as rental units and renewed since 2018. And the future land use designation is low density, 2 units to exceed the density, making it a legal non-conforming use. And it's zoned single family residential, and south of or beach side of the unit, it's environmentally critical, like runs all along the beach properties. I pulled this one up just to show what existing setbacks are on the current buildings. The main structure is set back about 16 feet. It's a little bit of an angle, but then there's the walkway and the decking that intrudes a little bit to about 10 feet off of Aberdeen. The secondary cottage that's up on Estera Boulevard has a setback of a little over 1 feet to under 1 feet from the sidewalk that's existing there and the right-of-way line. and the side setback for Aberdeen Avenue for that main structure is 13 feet. Request that we're seeking is from a variance from table 34.3 that allows for street setbacks. We're requesting a 10-foot variance to have a 15-foot setback on a building setback on Aberdeen Avenue. We are not seeking a variance from a setback from Estera Boulevard upon redevelopment. That would be required to meet all other LDC requirements, specifically the 25-foot setback on Estera Boulevard. Site plan that we propose, of course, the variance doesn't have to do exactly with the site plan, but there is an idea of what might be built in redevelopment on this piece of property as a single-family home. So the site plan shows the setbacks and where it would take place. It shows the 25-foot setback on Estera, the 15-foot setback on Aberdeen, with a single-family unit up front and a pool in the rear. Of course, upon redevelopment, then that second unit would be required to be. Some pictures for everybody's knowledge. 13th, what we're showing there is the blue house on the corner is showing the setbacks that I marked on the screen with the 13-foot and the 1-foot setback for the cottage up on Estero. The variance area is then on that picture. It's to the left. And then you see the parking that's along Aberdeen on the right for the beach access, and then there's 2 parking places at the end of Aberdeen as well. This is looking north at the secondary cottage, and it's pretty much where the palm trees and the bushes end is the property line for this for the subject property. House in the light green there is to the left is the primary unit on this piece of property, so the variance area is in between the Aberdeen Avenue and that house. This is standing at the back of the beach access, looking out towards Estera Boulevard. So now the variance area is on your right, and you can see the stairs of the existing unit creeping out there a little bit into the picture. Here's giving you a visual of the setback from Aberdeen as it stands today. So that's about a 14 foot to the building, depending on the angle, and then where the steps are coming out of the door that are about 10 feet away. So the way we got here is with the Ldc overview is that, of course, incorporated in 1995, and the regulations current with Lee County up until March of 2003 at that time. Prior to that, the Lee County regulations obviously differentiated between a primary and a secondary street or a local and one of a higher classification. In this case, it would have been Estera Boulevard, would have been the higher classification street requiring the greater setback of 25 feet, and then a local street of Aberdeen Avenue would have allowed a 15-foot setback. Fort Myers Beach changed those regulations over time. One change was that it moved it from 15 feet to 20 feet for the street setback, for the secondary street setback. But it has more recently been changed to eliminate really the differentiation between a higher classification or lower classification street, primary or secondary, and generalize the setback for streets to 25 feet. So there's an increasing burden on corner lots as now the 25 feet on both sides, regardless of street classification. So our variance criteria, obviously important for us to meet in this case, is A is there exceptional or extraordinary circumstances that are inherent to the property. I'll run through these 6. So that the site contains 2 units that are non-conforming in both density and setbacks. The building on Estera Boulevard is obviously a health and safety issue to some extent. The side non-street setback, so relatively recently you've increased the landscape buffer setback between single-family residences from 7.5 feet to 10 feet. That's changed over time. So with the change in land development code over time of the street setback going from 15 to 25 for a secondary street and increase in the landscape buffer, there's starting to be an extraordinary circumstance on corner lots that we feel is somewhat of an undue burden. Code does not differentiate between primary frontage and secondary frontage. We believe that creates an undue burden on corner lots. We do, through pre-disaster build back, we could allows for both structures to be rebuilt. Of course, it has to conform to height and floodplain regulations requirements per code, but both these structures could be rebuilt to some extent and be enlarged to some extent from my experience with pre-disaster build back. Of course, within limits of what would be required in the PUD. So if a pre-disaster build back would come up, then the PUD would be required. So with plan unit development, that would be custom zoning for that piece of property. This would allow it open to request additional deviations, including variance setbacks, or deviations to the setbacks, whereas a redeveloped property with just this variance would just have to meet all code requirements and not be open to a PUD or the PUD possibility of additional deviations. Of course, that would be your view to approve those or not, but we now know how when you open up the PUD and we start asking for numerous deviations, how things can move forward and happen. So in this case, without doing pre-disaster build back, we just have to conform with the entire LDC except for what would be granted possibly as a variance. And the request allows for a new structure to actually, even with the variance, would improve the current setbacks of the existing structures on site. Condition B is that the conditions justifying the variance are not the results of the action of the applicant. The parcel currently has 2 units that can remain in perpetuity. Upon redevelopment of property, the cottage will be removed and replaced with a single-family home, realizing an overall density reduction for this parcel. Cottages, as I mentioned, the secondary cottage is very close to Estera Boulevard. It is, I mean, it's just a health and safety concern how close it is with about a half foot to a foot away from Estera Boulevard. And the existing home is between 13 and 15 feet from the property line. So those existing conditions would not be worsened, but they would actually be improved even with the variance. The proposed single-family home would be set back 25 feet from Estera Boulevard and 15 feet from Aberdeen, improving or Aberdeen frontage lot line, improving both setbacks, and the variance request allows for improved compliance with current required setbacks compared to the existing structures.
I don't see how you can say that it's not caused by you. If you're tearing down everything and putting up a new building, you have complete creativity over that site. So your first statement there doesn't make any sense to me. You could say that.
I'm simply noting what the existing conditions are that result in a positive
You're the one
effect.
drawing the plans for the site, so how can you say it's not caused by you? Who is it caused by then?
Oh, and that's up to the council to decide if we meet this criteria or not. We understand that under redevelopment, we'd have to meet the code, and we're just trying to justify that there is an undue burden based on the different setbacks and the lack of allowance for a different setback based on the corner lots. And over time, this has become an undue burden on corner lots. Criteria C is that granted is the minimum variance. So both units could be rebuilt using pre-disaster buildbacks, allowing this density to continue, the density nonconformity to continue, and even with the variance, we would improve the setbacks that are existing on site. Granting a variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood. This one, I was respectful of the town attorney's request for me to not talk about the surrounding properties. I could argue that we can talk about the surrounding properties and their setbacks as how it, with compatibility with the existing neighborhood, makes it not injurious because of the consistency in the setbacks. But I realize that's not a specific way to look at this criteria in the most formal way for a variance. So I won't go into the detail of the setbacks of the other buildings in the area. We do believe that with the existing structure there, the ability to rebuild where they are in pre-disaster build back, granting this variance and incentivizing the redevelopment of this property to get rid of those 2 units and have proper setbacks from at least Estera Boulevard and reasonable setbacks from Aberdeen Avenue that conform to the neighborhood and more particularly to the property now and the setbacks that are there now. Don't create an injurious atmosphere to the neighborhood, and in fact would still fit in very well. Finally, the staff and us, we concur that the conditions and circumstances are not of so general of a nature and recurrent. This is a unique circumstance, and there's no need to have a change to the land development code. So with that, that was my presentation. I'm here for discussion and questions.
Okay, I'll call you Fred.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your last name is a little tongue twister for me.
It is. There's a silent letter in there. It used to be Ldc, and so,
That would have been worse.
yeah, it was worse. So it's Dravlik, but yeah, Fred is just fine.
Okay, Fred. Any questions for the gentleman? No? Okay, you get to take a break. We'll hear from staff.
Good morning, Jason Green, Community Development.
Morning.
The presentation here. A couple slides on the location and the site information that was already provided to you by the applicant, so I'll go over those briefly. We'll get into the review and criteria. As mentioned, 50 Aberdeen Avenue, and it's a request to reduce the setback, 25 feet setback by 10 feet, leaving a 15-foot setback. Applicant bought the property in 2021. As was mentioned, they're older structures built around 1950, single family zoning use, but it's 2 structures being used, I believe, for rental units. And as was mentioned, the LDC table 34-3 is what houses essentially the setback requirement for the principal structures. As was also mentioned, I think you saw in the picture, there was an elevated pool structure because of flood. That's why the pool's got to be elevated. That is part of that frontage along Aberdeen that would also require the variance. It covers some of the existing conditions with the 2 structures here at the corner. Again, a variance from 34-3 for the dimensional regulations in the conventional zoning districts. I've highlighted in red there along the left side of the proposed structure in the frontage along Aberdeen. And again, it's a principal structure, which is the house, and the pool have to be set back to 25 feet. At the January 11 LPA meeting, they discussed the presence of a single family with the elevated pool, the right-of-way, talked about buildable area on the lot. Our staff report touches on that based on some calculations, even with a denial of the variance and being limited to the existing setbacks, they still would have 40% or greater area that's within the code. So they have more area than is allowed to be built by already, even if the variance is not approved. The applicant was proposed to moving the structures, I guess. Obviously, they've come to you with that recommendation to denial from the staff. Staff's review on that was essentially it's based on 34-87, which the applicant has touched on, and each of those are in your packet and the criteria. Traditionally, with us, our recommendations with new construction, I think as was mentioned by the mayor, there really isn't a hardship. They can design the structure at the site. So therefore, we find traditionally have recommended of those new construction projects. The idea of a second tier or a side street or local street, it's a good idea. We've actually, that's not a bad idea that Lee County is doing. However, and if that were applicable to today, I would recommend that you would never adopt that type of code for a street like this, which is a beach access street. as a view shed from the other streets. That's kind of a part that I would think would be inconsistent with what you have directed us to do and what we've done with the code, which is trying to protect those view sheds. So I don't think that that would be an appropriate change in your code. Also the scale, if you think about the pictures that they showed about the street level, the current structures, yes, they're close to the right of way. They have a smaller setback. However, they're more of a pedestrian scale. When walking down the street, you're eye level with the windows versus new structures, which have to be substantially elevated. That's been a part of your concern, I think, throughout the last couple of years, is that concern of those taller structures, impacts that they have being closer to streets and public areas. So with that, based on the review of 34-87, the 5 criteria, we believe that this request meets those criteria, and that's why the recommendation.
Mr. Green?
Jason, on, page is it here? 42, back of page 42. That house, the proposed residence, how wide is that? One that's showing it with, if the variance was approved.
That would, see, quick math, so that would be
Let's see it on.
75 feet wide, so the proposed residence would be, you had a 10 on the side,
Okay.
15 in the front, so that would be 50 feet. Whereas if you maintain the code requirements, it would be 40 feet in width for a structure.
And how long is that house? And without-
I don't have a measurement of the house versus the pool, but both structures are showing as elevated, so I would allow Fred maybe to comment on that if he could, what the length of that is. It does appear to be abutting right up against the CC for the two structures.
And the 10-foot side setback, that's because there's a landscape buffer? I thought our setbacks were...
No, the side setback of 10 feet is what is required today. You would have two fronts, the two street setbacks, and then you have a side. That's required to be 10 feet.
10 feet is not on Aberdeen, it's on adjacent property.
The
Oh. Okay, I'm just confused. I thought we've been talking for a while about side setbacks being 7.5 feet.
That changed because of the size of the lot. Remember, so last year, I mean, obviously we're having this discussion again in a minute, but you changed the side setbacks for the wider lots to be 10 feet over, I think, over 60. But it did go from 7.5 to 10 feet in the requirement.
So the drawing, you said the pools have to be raised?
No, this is an elevated structure with a pool. Pools do not have to be raised. They can be in the ground. There's no in between. The pool structure and the breakaway walls and all those things go with it are also elevated.
The structure as drawn here is pretty much maximum size allowed by setback, by the CCL.
Correct.
Actually, it's larger. Like,
By the
yes.
setback.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Variance.
Jason, can you explain to me, I didn't listen to the LPA meeting. Can you explain to me, again, this business about the objections, the view, and explain the objection of the view, what's going on there, and who was doing the objecting?
I mean, I think I would summarize the LPA conversation. I think the first question asked was designing it. How can you could design it around the current criteria. So how is that a hardship in meeting the qualifications? The de minimis component, that's what the chair brought up. And that was kind of our summary too, as far as the criteria. The view came up as far as, I think, a conversation with adjacent properties. A lot of structures that may be closer to the street than the 25 feet that are older structures. And my comment was essentially, this street is different than just a typical local street or side street, second tier street, whatever you want to call it, because of view towards the Gulf. And we took that as part of our conversations over the past few years. Those are important parts to protect. I think just added on to the view and the consideration of whether to give the criteria in there really talks about de minimis. And what is de minimis? You define that each time. And is this the minimum necessary to achieve something? In our opinion, clearly it was, no, it's not the minimum.
Well, the objection then was based on prior council comments and opinion of the staff. not by property, were adjacent property owners coming in or?
I don't
anybody?
believe from what I know,
No,
I don't think
it's
we
a
received
property
it.
owner.
No neighbors, neighborhood
No,
people?
no, it's just the general concept of you have the view corridor of Aberdeen, and theoretically you have a setback beyond that to make it an even wider view corridor. They're asking you use that corridor.
Narrow it, okay. All right, I was just curious. Any other questions for Mr. Green?
You ready for a motion?
Well, I was going to open up to the public first.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on this matter? Being none, we'll close the, yes, sir. Would you like to comment on this matter? Come on up to the microphone and identify yourself, please.
Much.
You're welcome.
Bruce P. Rad, and I live down on Gulf Island Drive. And we have a property down that way that's got a similar problem. But it would seem to me that with the current setback that it has, they're not reducing that setback anymore. So with these corner lots having to have two front setbacks, 25 feet apiece, are actually reducing the existing structure setback. Pull that back in a little bit wider. I don't know how much it's going to say tear the view when it's already at, I think, 13.5 feet from Aberdeen, the setback. So be taking it back to 25 feet. And that would be expanding the view. It just seems like it's a little bit discriminatory to do that. And from that standpoint, I think we would support the request.
Thank you, sir. Want to follow up on that or no? You want to let that go? No? Okay. Okay, anyone else? None, we'll bring it back to the council. Vice Mayor, were you looking to make a motion?
Sure. I have the town attorney's advised language before me. Based on the information in the staff report and the testimony presented before us, I find that the applicant has not met the standards set forth in our comprehensive plan and land development regulations for the requested variance, and I therefore move denial of this variance.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Please discuss.
No, I understand their dilemma, and I understand what Lee County is trying to do. But, you know, what Vice Mayor just said, based on our comments, I tend to agree that it doesn't meet the qualifications to grant variance. Based on what the staff reported, they are tearing the house down. They are building it new. Square footage would be nice, but I don't see any issues here that cause me to want to approve it based on the conditions required to approve it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of uncomfortable with consistency within the council, because we've had other cases that came before our council. Someone wanted to reduce setbacks on a corner lot, and we approved that variance. We've had other cases where someone has had a custom construction of a home and wanted a variance on a setback on the back bay and a canal, and we approved that. The only thing here, the only difference between those and other properties is that this is on the beach, and the implication that that view is somehow public, that people on the beach have less rights to their lot than people who are not, but we've allowed variances for. There are plenty of places. I mean, the back bay is gorgeous. We then mandate view sheds into the back bay. There are canals that are very attractive. We mandate any pleasant view. Should we mandate that there are more restrictions on those lots and other lots? I think consistency, and with the last custom home that wanted a variance, I voted against it, but the council voted for it. And here we have another situation where it seems to me to be wholly inconsistent. I've also asked in the past that we look specifically at corner lot building requirements, as town suggested. One of the last times we had a request for something that came up with a corner lot. The idea that many corner lots are sized bigger for the additional setbacks, I don't find holds true, particularly around some of the beach accesses. My neighbor is on a corner lot on a beach access. Their lot's 44 feet wide. It'd be a lot of 12-foot wide house.
And that's a different circumstance, so I would have to disagree that you're saying we're being inconsistent. The others that we have voted for have had other reasons that they couldn't build a house that would fit into a particular shape of lot, different things going on. I don't think you can compare these situations.
I think the custom home that we built, we allowed a variance on. That was a custom home. That was allowed. They could have easily changed the plans to not gone into that setback. The other corner lot, it could have built within that size. Gave them a variance. It would have been a smaller house. This would be a smaller house. I think that, you put the pieces together, then we're being inconsistent with what variances we're allowing if we reject this one and we allow the other ones. And I personally, a lot of these other ones I voted against. This would have been, is really looking at the true de minimis, and if it's a custom home, they can build within the constraints, but we voted to allow that in another case.
And I would disagree. I think each of those circumstances had different circumstances than this particular situation does.
And so
I really study these.
So what is the different criteria in this one than the other one? The fact that it's on a beach, has a view shed?
I don't have
in our
all the
comp
others
plan?
in front of me, Bill, so I can't address each of those situations you're talking about. But I do know that I do not believe that this is being inconsistent.
And I think that, the other problem I kind of have with it is that as the town has said, that we have it in our comp plan to preserve view sheds. But since we are really singling out beachfront properties, and keep in mind, most of the beach, well beyond this coastal construction line, is private. And much of our businesses and the quality of life we have here is with this agreement we have with beachfront property owners to allow people to set up and enjoy the dry sand that is technically on other people's lands. Now, there's only a couple of cases right now on the beach where these property owners are adversarial enough to the people and the visitors on the island where they're putting up no trespassing signs. Most of everybody else is not. I really am hesitant to say if the reason why we want to not grant this variance is because they're on the beach, then I think we are picking a fight with people we don't want to pick a fight with, and I think it's singling out one house as we're coveting a view when there are other views that we don't.
Mayor, if I may. I've said it before, I've repeated again for the record. Each application, particularly for variances, are reviewed individually for determination whether or not the criteria are met. Having sat through the LPA meeting, as well as this meeting, and reviewed the staff report, all due respect, I don't think the issue is about view corridors or the beach. It's, as the staff report indicates, they're knocking this house down, building from scratch, which under normal circumstances in those types of situations, the application of the setbacks applies to everyone, irrespective of where the property is. And what this particular property owner is requesting is that, notwithstanding the fact that they're knocking down the house and they can design the house from that point from the ground up to comply with the setbacks, they want a variance, not to what's there before or what they may be adding, but to the brand new house that they're going to be building.
The issue really wasn't the view.
Correct. So my issue is more that I haven't found any reason as to why they need that. Now, had they come back and said, half of the size of the structure, if you look at that picture again on page 42, needs to, protrude into that setback 10 feet, not the entire length of the building, that'd be a different issue. But this is trying to put the big, as Jason said, they're already over the 40%. So this is, you're asking for everything. It's not de minimis, in my opinion.
I think you said they're under the 40%, right?
Oh,
Even if they were within the setbacks, that they would still be over the 40%.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, the staff report, Jason Green, Community Development, the staff report, we did some calculations based on aerials, and if they had to comply with today's setbacks, could still have more room buildable footprint than is allowed by the 40% limitation. Box by setbacks is bigger than what the other regulation, 40%.
And the
If it gets
proposal,
bigger, the box gets bigger to build on when you reduce, when you give a variance.
the proposal they're having with the variance, that's still within the 40%?
They haven't asked for a variance from the 40%, so they have to meet the 40%. But my point was, you can still build to the maximum 40% allowed in the box that is
Okay.
allowed by the existing setbacks.
So they're not asking for a variance from the 40% because this design does not require it?
They will have to meet it when they come in, regardless of the variance that you grant.
We haven't done that test, so to speak.
But the square footage to move the building around within the setback box of today's setbacks is greater than its maximum allowed by the 40%. My point is they have enough buildable area in the existing footprint of that the setbacks create. Maximize the footprint of the building.
And I appreciate what John said, that just because your neighbor did something doesn't mean you can do something. But I do think as a council, I would appreciate if we had more consistency in what we're allowing, which ones we're not.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, well, we'll call the question, and the Vice Mayor has made a motion to deny this resolution. It was seconded by Councilman Allers. It's been discussed. We'll vote on the resolution. We'll do it by roll call this morning, just to go. Councilman Allers.
oh, you're voting to deny,
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
so you don't vote. If you are in agreement with the
Yes.
motion, you vote aye.
Aye, sorry.
Aye.
Councilman Adderholt.
Aye.
Councilman Veach.
I'm going to vote aye because it's consistent with what I've done in previous.
And I'll vote aye as well. So if the motion carries unanimously. Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break here, and then we'll resume with the next public hearing. And we're on item B now. This is ordinance 22-01, minimum setbacks for large homes and lots. This is the second reading and public hearing. It's an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving an amendment to Town of Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code, Article 3, Division 3, Sections 34 through 638, minimum setbacks, and Table 34-3, dimensional regulations in conventions, zoning district. Is that correct? Conventions, or is it conventional? Convention zoning districts, providing for Scrivener's errors and an effective date. Okay, the public hearing is open. Anyone, do we have to swear in the group here, John?
No, this is a legislative action.
Legislative, that's right. Okay, we'll wait to hear from staff on this.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. I just handed out an email to all of you that we received last night. I received it this morning, and we can discuss that at the end. The council adopted a zoning in progress, Resolution 21-42, to consider amending the LDC relating to consolidation of multiple lots and the development of houses that are of a larger scale than those in the existing neighborhoods. New developments have the potential to impact the character and views within the neighborhood. Staff is recommending two separate options to address these concerns. First is an option to require additional side setbacks for lots that are 80 feet wide or more. The recommendation is for a side setback equaling 15% of the lot width. This percentage is based upon the existing required side setback of 7.5 feet on a typical 50-foot wide lot. On an 80-foot wide lot, that would be a 12-foot side setback. Setbacks would not have to be equal on both sides, but could not be less than 7.5 feet or 10% of the lot width, whichever is greater. Additionally, in the first hearing, the suggestion was made that mechanical equipment should not be placed on the side of the house that has the smaller setback. This has been incorporated with the adjustment that mechanical equipment can be located on the narrower setback side if that setback is 20 feet or more. On the screen, you see some examples of what it would look like if somebody combined three 50-foot wide lots. That new consolidated lot would have a 22.5-foot side setback on each side. This is another example showing two examples with different size lots. One that's a wider lot, 170 feet, would have a 25.5-foot side setback, where a 140-foot consolidated lot would have a 21-foot setback. So just showing that it would be different depending on the size of the lot. A recommended change would require additional front setbacks for houses exceeding 65 feet in length and a height limit on 20% of the building built to the front setback. This change would allow 65 feet of facade to be built to the 25-foot street setback, and any additional house length would be set back an additional 12 feet for a 37-foot setback. Of the 65 feet of house built to the front setback, 20% of that can be one floor above flood elevation. The remaining 80% of the 65 feet could be 2 levels over parking. At the last meeting, council recommended an additional change to this section, which would require the 65 feet of frontage to be divided into at least 2 structurally separate facades, so that the 65 feet of house frontage could not be continuous, but would need to have a break with a setback of 37 feet at least once within that 65 feet of frontage. Is what that looks like. So there is what it would look like with one continuous facade at the 25-foot setback and the remainder pushed back the additional 12 feet. And then there is to the right-hand side, we're showing what it would look like divided up. These combined code changes would break up the massing of a house that exceeds 65 in length, which would decrease the visual impact on the right-of-way and for nearby properties. Is another one showing all of the setbacks that would apply. These aren't to scale, but they are fairly close, showing all of the setbacks. And this is an example of one that would be on the water or on a canal with a 25-foot setback there. Four architects and a designer were contacted to provide feedback on the proposed language. One architect and one designer were able to provide feedback. Their emails are included in your packet. The architect was strongly in favor of the changes and recommended that they go further. He also indicated that he didn't feel that the increased side setback was a hardship, considering the size of the lot and the buildable area. The designer who responded was not in favor of the additional regulations and requested that we consider eliminating the existing 67% impervious surface limitation. At the first public hearing, a request was made to determine what options other communities have used to limit houses from being too large. Several communities employ different methods, such as sliding scales, and others have a hard cutoff on the square footage allowed. Through this review, staff determined that the option that might work best for Fort Myers Beach is a by right limit of 7,500 square feet for a footprint. This isn't the total square feet of living area, but a limit on the footprint of the building. Property owners would be able to request a special exception to exceed that 7,500 square feet for the building footprint. This change is considered a use change, and if council would like to limit the house size, this meeting would need to be continued till the second meeting in March, which is March 21st, to allow for the additional advertising, which is required by state statute. Staff is recommending the changes in the ordinance in the strike-through underline format. All of the changes that were incorporated since your last meeting are underlined with a double underline. Yesterday, we also received an email regarding corner lots, and I put that in front of you, and I think that this should be part of the discussion. Available for any questions you may have.
That email, that's the one you just handed us, Sarah?
Yes, sir.
I haven't had a chance to read that yet. Okay, questions for Sarah?
Sarah, this email that you sent or you gave us, is this just a single lot or is it a combined lot?
It is a single lot. What is at issue with any of the corner lots is they're going to have a narrower front, which was traditionally been considered the front, and then they're going to have the side, which is usually on a secondary street, and that might be longer. A lot of times the lots are going to be narrower front and back, and then longer deep-wise. So when you have a corner lot, a lot of times you are going to exceed, it's a fairly large lot still, but you are going to exceed potentially that 65 feet.
Because it's not more than one lot, would these changes even have any effect on them?
It would. While the moratorium is for combining multiple lots, the sort of our discussions expanded what was going to be implemented in the code. So now it applies actually to structure size, not multiple lots, and it also applies to lot width, not multiple lots.
On that point, Councilor Allers, if I could, at the first reading of this, Sarah, I asked you, would this impact single parcels? Because our original purpose was to address lots that were combined. You said yes, but then you further clarified that the vast majority of singles lots, this would not be germane to them because they just, an average normal single lot would not be impacted by the ordinance. Is that correct?
That changed slightly when we decided to implement the side setbacks of 15% to all lots. So while smaller lots will still have somewhere in the similar range, larger lots may have wider side setbacks because the 15% applies to all lots based on last meeting's conversation. So prior to that change, it was only going to apply to lots that were 80 feet wide or more. So that would not affect very many lots, excluding corner lots, because there are corner lots that have that much width, depending on where you count sides to be.
I think you just confused me a bit. So since first reading, someone who has a lot, who's invested in a lot, they haven't developed it yet or have plans for it, would be impacted by this. I'm talking about an average, if there's such a thing, average sized lot. They would be impacted by this ordinance now?
It would be impacted somewhat, and it's that 15% side setback, not the 65 feet of frontage. Most lots will still not be impacted by the 65 feet of frontage, except for corner lots because of the depth of the lot. 15% side setback was applied to all lots, though. So any lots over 50 feet in width would have an additional setback from the 7.5 feet. Because the 15% was based on the 50-foot wide lot and a 7.5-foot setback. So prior to the last hearing, it would have skipped over 50 to most recent change we did, 75 foot required to have a 10-foot side setback. And then this new code was going to apply to 80 feet or more. The lot would have to be 80 feet wide, which is not very many lots within the community. However, when we applied it across the board, it still affects the 50-foot to 80-foot.
Is there such thing as an average lot?
Not, there are a lot of 50-foot wide lots on the island.
Let's use that for the example then. So under the currently it's 7.5 foot, right?
Yes.
So what would it be with 15%? What's the practical impact of somebody who has a lot that's?
For 50-foot wide lot, it's 7.5 feet, no difference.
The 15% would not impact them?
No, but then if they have a 60-foot lot, they would have a slight increase in their lot, their setback. If they have a 65.
The vast majority of them are 50 foot, is that what you're saying? Or at least the majority?
I would say the majority, but I really can't, I am not comfortable saying that I know what percentage of the lots are what.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the impact. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, there's just so much variation.
I share some of the same confusion. I thought through this entire process that this would be applied only to the amassing of lots. It would not affect single-family lots. And I understand what you're saying about the 15% would be across the board, but the whole point of this discussion was to create some of the massing that's going on. So if you have a single-family lot, I don't feel that they should have to, this should affect them. If I'm making my point clear enough, but.
I think that I remember we went through this conversation before, and there were 2 points to it. One is, like they said, there just aren't many existing lots where this would cause any kind of change. That by definition, how do you define what's a combined lot? Because I know you go down like Coconut Sable area, there's some lots that are twice as wide as others because they were combined 40, 50 years ago. So, I think that just eliminating that about whether how they're platted, how they're combined, it creates a whole kind of legal complexity. Saying 15% away with.
And I would say that is, I think, how we ended up where we are at, is because you can combine 1.5 lots, or you could combine 2 lots and then develop the site. And in 10 years, nobody's going to know that those were combined lots. We have a lot of neighborhoods where there are, like he said, multiple combined lots. And that information gets lost on the way, and future staff may be unaware that those were combined lots. So I think that's how we did end up with the 15% applying to all, is so that it was just across the board and it was simple to understand, and there was no question as, was this a combined lot? When was it combined?
Makes sense. So you would still be able to, in this, since you provided us this, in this instance, they would still have an avenue if this is to go through to be able to come in and ask for a variance or deviation to be able to get works for them.
In Jason Green Community Development, just remember, you talked about it, massing, scale, so it came full circle back to that. Sarah and I spent hours talking about, Carl, other staff, other places, about how do you regulate this? How do you put it in a box and say it has to meet these criteria? And it ended up being there's going to be 3 or 4 different sets of criteria because it's a platted lot, unplatted lots. You do have tracts on this island that are not platted. So you have meets and bounds description of property. Do they have to have a different set of rules? When at the end of the day, we were talking about size of the structure. That's why we came back to length, pick a size, and because then, like she said, you could go to 1 3/4 of a lot. You can buy land any way you want. Do they circumvent the rule and have a bigger house than the neighbor? Kind of stuff. That's what we were worried about. We think this at the heart of it gets to the scale and the mass.
The direct answer to your question, Council Irish, is yes. Anything we do is subject to appeal through the LPA to council. So if someone has unique circumstances, they can come to you. And I would imagine that if you see a reoccurrence of certain issues, that would tip you off that further modifications might be needed down the road.
And that's a great segue to that's part of your criteria, right? One of the criteria we just talked about with the last one is if it's something that's repeating and is an issue that deserves that's exactly right.
We also received an email a while back from a reputable builder on the island that had some concerns with this about houses that are already down the tracks, if you will, with design and money that's been spent. How will this, can we work with them to help people out that are farther down the line than, once the zoning in progress went in, they pretty much were stopped. So I don't know that there's a lot. You guys probably know more than I do, but I'm guessing there are a couple at least out there that started the design process that this might now cost them a lot of money to change.
Yeah, the email that you have talks about that they're almost at the end of the process. And we agree that it's the change in going strictly by number of lots because of the complexities of that, changed who is being affected, right? So you might have had a single lot that didn't think it was applicable to them, and now the change will apply to them. I think you're gonna have somebody speak during the public part of it, talk about that issue and how far it is. That's up to you. We've always recommended that you try to give the 30 days kind of a window. You adopt it, and then maybe in 30 days it goes into effect. 60, I mean, you've used different lengths, but also to that, which is not in our code, is we write a lot of letters to builders that they can get started on the DEP permitting process. Basically what we do is we write a letter, state law asks them to get something from a local government that says the use and the setbacks are consistent with the local regulations. We don't do a review on the site plan, we don't do a house permit review, none of that starts yet. You take that letter from us, a couple weeks to get that, they go to DEP, that's about a 6-week process. So they're almost 2 months in and they've already designed, they've gone through all that. And then, so we recognize that that's an issue. And so that would be something to take into consideration is recognizing those that have received a letter in the last 3 months, 6 months from us, saying the setbacks are consistent with the code. If they come in now, it could change on them. There is some of that. I don't know how many of those there are for this size of a structure, but it's just something.
I think, Counselor, we have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. So, is this, someone has, gone through time and expense to get a set of plans to a certain place? Or is this, couple who drew on the back of a napkin over their kitchen table and said, this is the house that we want to build on our lot, and now we're essentially changing the paradigm. So I think we'll have to look at those. And if we feel that that they are harmed by this change being perceived as being sort of fourth quarter change, then we would bring that to your attention as part of that, that review process and let you know what you wanted us to do. So I don't think there's a whole lot of these out there. I think, because the way things get reported, there may be perception of more out there than are really out there. But to the extent they come in and they're to our attention, we'll take a look at them. We'll look at sort of the history of the project, if you will, and make a determination of, did they really get a bad call in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, or did they really know? So we'll advise you about that. We have no intention of harming anybody.
Thank you.
On a slightly different topic, if I may. John, I'm on page 65 of the notebook where it's talking about the additional advertising required for one of the changes. My question to you is, can we pass this as is, noting that at a future date we will be amending Table 34-1 with additional advertising?
You can...
Just to make them mesh.
You can do it one of 2 ways. You can adopt it as is without changing the uses in the table, or then adopt a subsequent ordinance.
That was my
That would
question.
do that. That would comply with the advertising requirements, or you can direct staff to make the changes to this one. And basically, we kind of reset it and we incorporate in this one. But once you go into that next level, you have to meet the minimum noticing requirements under state law, and it changes the paradigms. So you can do it now,
Your brief answer to my question would be yes?
either way.
Okay. My question is, could we pass this today with the understanding that at a future meeting, we're going to adjust Table 34-1? And that would be my preference, just so that we don't have to keep having Sarah come back and re-explain the same report that she's done twice already.
Plus, Madam Vice Mayor, it gives the public a level of understanding of not only this change, but the other change forthcoming, so it puts them on notice. Not official notice, but effective notice.
Right.
So is that the matter that Sarah talked about earlier, the minimum footprint of 7,500 square feet? Is
Right.
that- Okay. Well, that was going to
And
be
the
my
only
next
thing
question.
that we're doing at the future hearing is adjusting the table, which has to have an additional advertising requirement. We would be putting it into effect. We wouldn't be able to enforce it yet until the table is adjusted, because the two wouldn't match. But we could put an effective date on here that deals with that if we had to.
Aren't we kind of putting the cart before the horse here? Have we even really discussed it? Is there a chance that it might not even be necessary? I mean, we're speaking as to though it's going to be adopted, and we haven't even really discussed it.
Well, I'm in favor of it, so I was coming at it from the assumption that we would be doing it, so.
This would be something we discuss and put on the agenda.
It'd be a separate ordinance, so you could discuss it at that time.
We discussed, yeah, so.
Just wanted to make sure that we had a chance to discuss it.
We're going to dispense with what we have in front of us today and then take this up at a future meeting. That's the plan.
Okay.
So now, we've got a couple of questions about irregular and corner lots, how this applies. Because a lot of times houses are a lot deeper than they are wide, so if someone is on a corner lot, this 65-foot maximum would apply on either side of the house.
Yes, sir. As it's currently written, that is correct.
And with the last variance we were looking at, if that would have been a combined lot, and the zoning in progress would have applied, but it didn't in this case. If that structure was longer than 65 feet along Aberdeen, they would have to step back an additional 12 feet.
Yes, that's correct. They would be allowed to have the 65 feet of facade up at the 25-foot, and then an additional 12-foot setback for anything beyond.
So then the question I have is that the intent that we want in this ordinance, that if someone has a side lot, then all these things apply to both sides of the house? Give them, I think you're probably most of the houses we have, you're more likely to be 65 feet deep in a house than you are 65 feet wide. Most of them, if you look at them, they're quite long. And the other is, what do you do? I think in the case that I kind of scanned the letter briefly, when the lot's irregular, when we have a lot of those, where it could be 150 feet on one side and 50 on the other. Does a setback vary? Or is it set by the widest or the narrowest or the average, or?
Currently, it's set by the average length. It's in the code, average width. And so on any right-of-way frontage, that applies.
Okay, so if someone has a lot that's 100 feet in the front and 50 on the back, then for calculations, they'd be a 75-foot wide lot.
It's very specific in the code. I would need to read that code section to tell you exactly.
I believe it's really the section that's related to the setback. So it's the average width of the lot at the front, at the street setback. The first 25 feet it's 100 feet at the front, but then it narrows down to say 90 feet as it's going back at the 25-foot mark. Then we average those out. There's a process in the code that specifies how to measure that.
Okay.
And then that number spits out, and then the over or under kind of threshold.
Okay, so if anything gets overly complicated, there's process.
Correct. Everything that we're talking about is subject to the variance process, yes.
One thing in this, I'm I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea that this would apply to side setbacks on corner lots as well.
The sides, I'm sorry, you mean to both fronts? Is that what
If it's
you're
a
saying?
corner lot, then the 65-foot limitation before you have an additional 12-foot setback on a side, I think creates a burden that is unintended by what we were originally.
I see, yeah, because if you were consolidating lots, in theory, the whole point to this was along that street frontage. In theory, you have the depth of the full lot. So if you had a lot that's 120 feet deep, 12 feet's not as big of a deal as opposed if you had a 20-foot. I think, is that your point?
Yeah, or just the fact that on corner lots, and one thing I am going to bring up is as you suggested, Jason, that we should look at corner lots. If there's something special, we need a special treatment that they have in our code.
And what we were talking about, I don't think addresses this, but this is one of those things where you could consider setting a minimum depth, right? So in the Aberdeen example, it's only 75 foot deep if you look at it from the Aberdeen side. That extra 12 feet is a huge percentage of that 75 versus if somebody had 3 or 4 lots strung together and 150 or 200 feet of depth. It's not as big of a, so that may be one way to look at it. In length or depth to that lot, overcome that 12 feet with. Whereas a standard lot that's 75 feet wide, that 12 feet is a pretty substantial.
And even like, these 50-foot lots we have, they're not 50 foot deep. They're usually quite a bit deeper, like you see. So, most houses are not symmetrical that way. They are deeper than wider in the street front. If you're on a corner lot, then that can really have an effect.
But we also think that the impact is the same, right? The street impact. It's just it's a unique condition that we have to consider the remaining depth of those corner lots. But the visual impact of the larger structure and longer structure is the same to Aberdeen as it is to any other street. If it was just on Estera, it's the same impact. But there's that challenge of the depth being much, much narrower than a typical lot depth. I agree.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve or deny ordinance 22-01? Did I ask for public? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't ask for it. Open up to the public. Any public input on this?
Hey, Nate Johnson, Potter Homes. Thank you to Jason for all the hard work. I've been talking to him quite a bit, and to Sarah and to the team. This is a pretty big deal for builders and for developers and for clients that we've been working with for some time. So particularly, we have 3 properties that we're working on. 50 Aberdeen was actually the one that we're working on. This actually would restrict 50 Aberdeen even more, and so we would go from a 10-foot setback on the south property line to now 11.25 foot setbacks. We're losing a foot and a quarter, and then if we adopt this for the Aberdeen right away as well, we have to actually set the house back 12 feet, in a certain distance. So a really big deal for the beachfront work. And so I actually would think it'd be a great idea if we could not take a vote and actually get a select few builders or developers, architects together with staff and just talk through this, because this affects 4 of my clients that have bought property in the last 60 to 90 days under the assumption that they'd be able to build houses that they thought they could build. That's not going to change. So, my only comment.
Sir? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Nicole P-Rat.
Pardon me?
Nicole P-Rat.
Hi, Nicole.
I would agree with him, and that people that know the neighborhoods and Fort Myers Beach look at some of these corner properties and beachfront properties as a place that they could build their dream home, and after purchasing property, then find out there are these restrictions that really shrink a corner lot drastically. So just looking at that as a consideration in this ordinance.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public input. Bring it back to council. Is there a motion to approve or deny this ordinance today?
I would move to approve ordinance 22-01, noting that that does not include the table 34-1 that needs additional advertising, and would be passed to make that consistent at a future date. Is that sufficient, John?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think I would be more in favor of tabling this until the date that was set by staff to give time to discuss the 7,500 square foot area, as well with work with some of the builders who have homes in place to see if there is a resolution that could address some of the issues that Councilor Veach brought up with the corner lots.
I don't think staff set a date. Staff was just saying additional advertising would be necessary for table 34-1.
My
We weren't,
mistake, I thought she said the
Yeah.
second meeting in March.
said that's when we would need to do it if we wanted to
Minimum.
pass everything together.
Minimum.
But I don't think she was suggesting to move the entire thing. Just for clarification, I'm not,
I understand.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
No,
but
it doesn't change my opinion, though. I would feel more comfortable giving a little more time to discuss this issue and advertise it a little more.
Anything else?
I still do have some reservations about the active corner lots, and I'll probably vote for this, but I would like to put that in a future agenda that we deal with corner lots.
I don't disagree with you.
Sounds like an MMP item or something,
Get to that when we get to
PA or
council member items.
anything?
This is a work in progress, and I do think the town manager made a good point in that if we see aberrations or needs or challenges based upon this ordinance, we can address them as they come. If there are folks that are midway through the process and have been adversely impacted by this, I do think we need to be sensitive to them, and it sounds like the town is willing to do that. So I think I'm comfortable moving forward today, and we can address any extraneous issues as we go forward.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, the motion is to approve the ordinance as proposed today, with the exception of continuing the other matter till uncertain. Moved and seconded. It's been discussed. All in favor of the ordinance signify by saying aye.
Roll call.
Is it a roll call? Okay, roll call. Councilman Allers.
I'm going to say no, just because I think that this needs to be discussed a little bit more, and I'd feel more comfortable. So I'll say no at this time.
Okay. Senator Holt.
Aye.
Councilman Veach.
Aye.
And Mayor Murphy, aye as well. Okay, the carries 4-1 with Councilman Allers dissenting. All right, the next one is ordinance 22-03, bicycle and vehicle safety amendments. This is a second reading, public hearing and adoption. An ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, Beach Bicycle and Vehicle Safety of Chapter 28, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances, Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, requiring safety equipment on all rental or loan bicycles operated within the town's jurisdiction as required by state law, and providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. The public hearing is open. Anyone from staff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, your request on first reading, we inserted the specific language in the ordinance that refers back to the section of the code that requires the lighting requirements for purposes of clarification. And that additional language is reflected as a double underline in the ordinance before you. Otherwise, it is same as initially directed by this council staff to draft.
Any questions of the dwindling staff here? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve ordinance or deny ordinance 22-03?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance
22-03.
-03.
Good. Is there a second? Oh, excuse me, Madam Clerk.
Comment.
Public comment, did I not ask? Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment. Being none, hearing none. We'll close that.
I guess I'll reiterate my motion.
Okay. We'll, starting to approve, second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Just one quick comment on this is I went to town hall the other day and I got bike lights, $4 for a set. Fine. They have the town logo on them. It's not a special town councilor price. That's for everybody.
Come with batteries.
With batteries.
I don't know whether this is the appropriate place to comment or not, but I will. The day after the fatality on the Boulevard, I contacted FHP and was able to speak with the investigating trooper at that accident fatality. And as a result of that conversation, I was able to get the information for the victim and her husband. So I called her husband that day and, of course, extended our deepest sympathies on behalf of the council. And after our discussion, he said, "Now, let me tell you exactly what happened." Okay. Mr. Slater told me that he left the restaurant that evening and immediately upon leaving, got on their bicycles. They turned on their lights. They had lights on. Proceeded down the boulevard, and of course the accident occurred. Mr. Slater was out in front of Mrs. Slater and continued on, reach home. It wasn't until he was home for a few minutes that he realized that Mrs. Slater was not there with him. He turned around and went back. Of course, once he got out onto the boulevard and saw the blue lights and such, he just assumed the worst. And the story doesn't get any better from there. But I did want you to know that, and also that it was a particularly, I found to be a dark area on the boulevard, as there are so many. They did have their lights on. The drunk drivers involved, that there's really, I don't know how much more you can. But I just wanted to share that with the council. And
I'll jump in on that. You say you don't know how much more that can be done, and I was going to bring this up in my council member items. But both of the recent fatalities on the Boulevard have involved alcohol. So I'm wondering whether we need to ask that the sheriff start performing some kind of weekend stops on the island, especially during season. They do have a method where they stop every third car or whatever, just to ascertain whether people appear to need to have a sobriety test. Doesn't really slow down traffic when it's already not moving, because they only pull people out if they ascertain that that might be a need. But it seems to me that, and the other thing that we might do is ask that our Public Safety Committee look into the reports on these and find out where the people were getting their alcohol before these accidents occurred. It could be that we have an establishment on the beach that is over-serving, and if that's the case, then our nuisance abatement board would come into play. So while we're trying to do good things here for safety with lights, it seems that our overriding problem may be alcohol when it comes to accidents on the beach.
of course, they have had sobriety checkpoints in the past, and typically they're on San Carlos Boulevard, north of Hurricane Pass, or on Estera Boulevard down by Lover's Key. So they have had them. I don't know that they've ever had one on the island per se, but leave that up to them, I guess, but,
We can ask Captain Lyler to come in and
Sure.
speak to Public Safety Committee or County Council on that matter.
I think that would be a good idea. It seems to be the overriding cause of fatality recently.
well, and the other point I was trying to make was that Boulevard needs more lighting on Estera Boulevard. I don't know how much more we can say. I mean, we've predicted these fatalities, and of course they're coming now. So, that discussion needs to be continued.
I do agree. It'd be interesting to know like where people are getting drunk. They could be off the island. They could be at home.
Could be at
with
home,
coolers. Could be at an establishment. I think is getting on that. I do think that we may have mandated lights, but there's also a mandate for sober driving. Probably an overriding concern. And what I understand is the gentleman who hit her, not only hit her, but then went off onto the curb and hit a mailbox. She might have been, even if she's on the sidewalk, she might have gotten hit. I don't know the exact circumstance. So I was going to bring that up too. I would like to maybe have a conversation with the sheriff about what we can do to make it not so easy to drive drunk on the island.
Well, maybe we can set that up for a future meeting, have our
Contact Captain Layler after
Captain
this
Layler
meeting.
come in or whatever. Okay, back to the motion at hand. It's been moved, second, discussed. Is there any objection to the motion?
You have to roll call.
Oh, excuse me, roll call, I'm sorry. Councilman Veach.
Aye.
Councilman Adderholt.
Aye.
Mayor Murphy, aye. Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Councilman Allers, aye. The motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Okay, the next one is ordinance 22-04, motorized micro-mobility devices. This is our first reading and an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending sections 28 through 19, 28-19, section 28-82 through 8, and section 28-04 of chapter 28, traffic and vehicles of the Code of Ordinances, Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to define and regulate motorized micro-mobility devices, providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. The first reading. We'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the
Mr.
public?
Mayor, just to be clear, this is the matter initially, I believe, brought up by Councilmember Veach with regard to the one-wheel surfboards or whatever you would call it, skateboards or whatever that are motorized. So this, our code previously said 2 wheels or more. And now that technology has incorporated one-wheel vehicles, this incorporates one-wheeled vehicles as well. So motorized vehicles, 1 or more wheels, will now be covered in our prohibitions.
We're plugging the holes here. Okay.
Technology brings us something new.
If we have a if we have a motorized one-wheel unicycle, we're covered.
Crafts are next. Okay, is there a motion to continue this to second reading?
I'll move.
Moved,
I'll second.
seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, since we're talking about it, I just want to add a couple things if we could, or potentially add a couple things. I don't know about anyone else, but I've been contacted by several people who have asked if there's a way that we can add something to this, whether it be through a special permit for them, be a medical reason. They don't want to necessarily use electric bikes, but pedal assist bikes that only help out with a little bit of power, but you have to be pedaling in order for it to work. You can't just twist the throttle. That they can use the beach or they can use the road. They can't always ride the bike. I don't know if there's a will from the council to add something like that, that potentially there's a way for them to come in to staff with a medical note or something. They need the assistance of a pedal assist bike to be able to get around. I told them I would bring it up. If there was any way we could do that, ask John. I don't know if there's a way that something like that could be added in, or I don't know how many people out there this would affect or not affect, but
I wouldn't be in favor of that.
We certainly can look into it. Off the top of my head, I do know that there is an exemption for electrically powered, and not only
Heated vehicles.
thank you for those who need assistance. So arguably, it may fall into that category. We can look into it and certainly bring back any those changes to address that issue between first and second reading. I would also suggest maybe not bringing this back second reading until after the legislative session. The reason why I say that is almost every legislative session, this issue of government's ability to regulate or not regulate some of these types of uses, particularly from a business perspective, that some of them, in some jurisdictions, literally overnight, hundreds of e-scooters show up. It created issues. Bottom line is the legislature is constantly looking at this, and maybe we want to wait and see to what they may, if at all, adopt at the end of the legislative session, and then bring it back so we're not running into a problem with potential preemption.
Often don't they allow what places already have in effect to stay in effect?
Yeah, but
we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot.
We have to wait and see which in some instances they when they decide to preempt, they say no. There's no exemption for prior adopted regulations. As a general rule, they do. But again, we're already in the process of adopting it. We can always bring it. We can always adopt it before. That's the desire of the council, and then if necessary, bring it back and point out, hey, this areas have been preempted, so we're going to have to modify this section. That's all I'm saying.
It's up to you, Mr. Motion Maker, if you want to continue this or you want to continue on today with it.
I would like to continue with it. Like, one way or the other, we may have to address, it may become an annual thing here, that after the legislative session, we go through our law and see what
Yes, sir.
doesn't apply anymore.
Okay.
I agree, Bill.
And I'd appreciate, I've had the same conversations, Dan, with people about wanting to use e-bikes on sidewalks and on the beaches. But one of my feelings of that is usually when it's an ADA type thing, which is the health reason why they can't use a regular pedal bike, then most of the ADA vehicles have to go pedestrian speed in pedestrian areas. So bikes don't do that. And the other is enforcement. It's tough enough for our beach patrol people to be enforcing these things on the beach, having to know exactly were they pedaling or weren't they pedaling, or is it a pedal assist bike, is it a class 1, a class 2? It just adds a level of complexity that right now I think makes a difficult situation even more difficult. And third point is that it's been a real renaissance. As Councilman Adderholt has said, we have a lot more people out on sidewalks, on bicycles. It's getting more of a premium property now. I get all kinds of people who are walking on the beach or walking on the sidewalks that really get upset with bicycles coming up behind them because it scares the bejeebies. And I think people who don't feel comfortable on the road with their e-bikes, and I understand their reasoning, wanting to take them onto the sidewalk and make other people less safe, I think is detrimental to them. So that's one of the reasons I would like to really.
And just as a sidebar here, I saw one of those micro mobility devices, whatever you call them, going down the center lane the day before yesterday down by my house on a skateboard, single-wheeled skateboard. I'm sure he was going 40 plus miles an hour, which exceeds our speed limit, by the way. But, we're getting inundated by all of these different devices out on the sidewalks and the streets and so forth, and I don't know what the answer is, but I do know what the answer is. The answer is enforcement. Just because you're on one of those things doesn't mean you can speed. We'll have speed limits. We're going to need some more enforcement in those areas, but anyhow, that's just a little. Yes, sir.
We can add that to our conversation with Captain Lather when he comes in.
Very good. That's a good idea.
One more point. The issue with the ability of this town council to set regulations and Tallahassee. I want to remind you that, best laws that are applicable to the town of Fort Myers Beach are the ones that you create. I don't want to be adversarial with Tallahassee, but I think that we know what best meets the needs of our. You think a particular regulation is appropriate for a town, in my opinion, go forward and implement it.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly with that, and this particular administration and legislature has already proven itself to be very anti-home rule. So if we're going to do something, we have to do it ourselves. So anyhow, we'll call the question on the motion. The motion is to motion was to approve to move this on to the second hearing, right?
Correct.
Okay, and was seconded and discussed. Any objection to the motion? Or should,
Sam.
we'll have to call. Roll call. Councilman Allers?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Okay, very good. Okay, we'll move on to the administrative agenda. The next item is the Crowder Gulf contract renewal. This is to approve and authorize the town manager to execute renewal number 3 of 3 to the Crowder Gulf Agreement for Disaster Recovery Services. Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to execute this renewal?
Moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is Thompson Consulting contract renewal. This is to approve and authorize the town manager to execute renewal number 3 to the Thompson Consulting Agreement for Disaster Debris Monitoring Services. Is there a motion to approve and authorize the town manager to execute this renewal?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is final public comment. Seeing no members from the public here, we'll move on. Town manager's items.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, most of you are aware that we recently had a Adopt a Tree event, and on one particular street, Pearl Street, several trees were adopted, and I believe the intention of the adopters is to plant those trees on the street end adjacent to the bay. We received an email supporting that effort, and we received an email objecting to planting at the street end. So I just want to make sure you're aware of the issue and understand that there's a little neighborhood dispute brewing with regard to beautification / planting of trees there.
If I can jump in on that, just to add to what was said, I spoke to some people who live on Pearl Street. There are more than 2 people who are wanting to plant the trees there. In fact, I also spoke to one of the women who came to adopt a tree at the tree program. So the people who say there are only 2 people that are pushing this are incorrect, that there are more than 2 people. The street has used that park area, believing that it was theirs until they recently found out that it was owned by the town, and wish to contribute to the town having that public space and are willing to assist in keeping it looking appropriate. They want to help out. They're not saying we want the town to develop this park. They're saying we want to help keep it beautiful and have it available. So I would say that the only people that are objecting are the people who believe it will obstruct their view. whereas the park is there for the benefit of the entire street, or anybody who wants to walk down Pearl Street. So I would be in favor of allowing these folks to work with Chelsea in the appropriate placement of the trees. Other things they might be willing to donate.
Are these shade trees that are going to grow up and be above and still allow the people's view out to the bay?
Trees that were adopted are actually smaller trees that don't get too large to obstruct view.
Or they'll stay below?
They're smaller, well, they don't get big. But they are also, I believe, willing to contribute other things, and that I would like to see them work with Chelsea on how that works.
This came to us because there were trees down there that were chainsawed
Yes.
down?
Yes, and it's
the
been
dark of
conveyed
night?
to me that the people who are in favor of it have been told by others that whatever we put in there will be vandalized. There have been threats made by people.
That's not
And I
very
don't think
nice.
we should be kowtowing to threats.
I also have friends on Pearl Street and helped with this after they had the other trees cut down. I think the trees are part of the view. I don't think they're detrimental to a view. And don't notice any connection between the people who are objecting to putting trees in and what happened to the old trees. I do think that this is, like I said, it's a labor of love where most of the street gets together. And times I've been down there, it's very well kept, and I definitely support wanting to keep it looking nice.
That means the heavy hand of government doesn't have to get involved in this, Roger? Is that the?
Well, I think, I just, I wanted to call it to your attention just because we have two opposing points of view here, and clearly, you may receive emails on either side of the issue. So I just want to make sure you are aware of it and are up to speed. In the event you had any questions, could get them answered in a public forum. If there's no further questions about this particular issue, we'll move on to the next item. Okay. Seeing none. So, in the last set of monthly reports, I just want to call, I know you all probably looked at it, but I just want to call your attention specifically to, in our cultural report that Alison Geeson and her staff are looking at some rate adjustments for some of our cultural programs to be consistent with pricing in other nearby cultural programs. So if you haven't seen that or don't remember it, please take a look at it because it'll be coming to you for consideration at a future date. I know she plans on briefing her committee, but I just want to make sure you took note of that and have an opportunity to follow up with any questions today or at a later date with respect to that particular matter. And that's all I have for today.
Good. Town Attorney.
Nothing, other than, as you may have heard me mention previously, that there is a chance that Mr. Snaber may be here on Thursday due to the fact that I have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday meetings, all 3 days, Wednesday night being the applicable one that unfortunately anticipate is going to go very late, and don't know how awake I will be if I were to attend on Thursday morning at 9 in the morning. So I have asked him to block that out and currently scheduled, but there's a chance I might show up. But I will brief him on all the matters that are on the agenda so he is properly prepared, and appreciate any feedback that you all may provide me with regard to Mr. Snaber, not only if he attends here on Thursday, but his past attendance last week. So I appreciate any feedback. Speak further.
Don't stay late too long. We're getting to like him. All right, I'm just kidding.
I heard something about his socks.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on. That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Town council, council members' items and reports. Start with you, Dan.
I have a couple of issues. I recently met with the property owners on Santos Road. As you probably saw the email, they have issues with drainage there. And it drew some concern because if my memory serves me correct, this is the third time we've had constituents complain about drainage issues. First, I believe it was Palermo, 3rd Street, and now Santos Road. So I went out and met with them. I'll preface it by saying I am not an engineer, but I do have eyes. I could tell by looking at that road that it wasn't done right. It's not hard to see. And then I started looking at some of the repairs, if you will, that were made around the area to help alleviate bad design. To say that I was less than pleased would be an understatement. I don't know if you've had a chance to go out and look at it. But on Palermo Street, they basically put a asphalt speed bump in front of their driveway, divert the water to the drain, not doing what it's supposed to do. On Santos Road, they cut out 6-inch sections of the freshly laid concrete that goes around the drains to help alleviate the water to get into the drain. To me, that seems like a very, very, very big hazard that someone could trip on, fall on, bike could fall into it. I wasn't very pleased with it. So I think I'd like to see if we could add something maybe to an MMP meeting, discuss this a little bit more to be able to hold the people a little bit more liable to this. John, maybe you can help me out with this. I can't see that a fix in cutting concrete that someone's bicycle could fall into is a solution to help a drain that was placed too high. So that's one issue.
Can I tack on? Sure. I guess my suggestion would be that we have somebody independent look at it before we put it on an MMP so that we have an expert opinion about the quality of the work before we have it on an MMP.
I'm certainly open to that. I'm just in fear that this could spiral out of control and be much more of a liability issue with potential injuries that just these fixes aren't. I encourage any one of you to go down and take a look at it.
Are you saying that the town made these fixes or individuals made the fixes?
I'm assuming that it was the people that did the original work, and maybe Roger, you can opine on who made the fixes, but cutting out a section of concrete around a drain so that water will drain into that drain doesn't seem like an appropriate fix. And if it was done by the contractor that did the work, why are they not liable for fixing it the correct way?
Something we should maybe kind of lump in with that third.
Well, yeah, that's what was so concerning to me is this is the third time we've heard from people that they're having more issues now than they did before. So having this person come in and study it, again, I'm not an engineer, so I can't speak as to water running uphill, but it would be nice to have a second opinion so that we can actually get a course of action to help the people out that are dealing with these issues. And, where there's smoke, there's fire. And my guess is it's probably not the only people we're going to hear from.
And what I'm suggesting is, I think it would actually move it along more quickly if we just tell Roger now to add it to the other independent evaluation that we have going on. Because if we just put it straight on an MMP and then we come up with that recommendation, then
Understood. I'm completely okay with that.
would be slowing down the process. So I don't know if there's agreement that we add it to the independent evaluation that we already have going on.
Well, just for the record, I think it was after Councilman Allers went there, I also met with the people on Santos and discussed with them that we are bringing in someone from outside the area, an engineering firm from outside the area to look at it, so there's no sort of camaraderie issues, if you will. See review the actions that were done as well as remedial actions that may be warranted. There, clearly, we have I believe, an associated problem that there are parking lots that have built up their property over time by probably initially putting rock down and now putting shell on top of that rock, which at some point creates cement and is shedding water onto Santos. They built a wood retaining wall on their own to retain that additional height. So there may be post-design actions that were taken that affect the drainage plan. And then let's remember that the drainage plan is not to drain people's private property. Our plan is to drain the road. So there's a lot of technical analysis that needs to be done. The property owners there have agreed to cooperate with us. We're providing them with water-soluble paint for them to indicate the standing water and other areas of concern that we could document and provide to the consultant doing additional review. So we're looking at it from a couple of perspectives. One, was the original design correct? Was it constructed correct? And then if it was even constructed correct, and this is what I explained to the owners, and it's still not working effectively, we still need to fix it. So we want it to be effective in terms of what it's supposed to do, which is collect the water from the town's right-of-way and treat it before it goes into the bay. That's what we'll be looking at through a secondary consultant.
So you're saying that you've already added the Santos problem to the independent evaluation?
That was communicated, I don't know if it was before or after Councilman Allers met with them, but that was communicated to the residents on the street that was underway. It was going to take a little time. We have to review the as-built plans, they go out there and see what was actually constructed, then do their own analysis, but yes.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think you met with them after I met with them, so I wasn't aware of what your conversation was with them. But, getting the history of that road and how many times that road had been repaved and paved over and paved over and paved over, they discussed about how much that road had elevated. And what it appears is that the design for those drains were done at that elevation. When they tore the road up, they only put one layer of asphalt back. So there's, between the road and the top of the drain, wasn't accounted for as far as where the road was originally when they tore it up to do it, if that makes sense. So I'm glad that it's being looked at. I kind of piggyback into my second thing that's, they were telling me that back in 2002 and 2003, Mr. Mayor, you probably know about this, they had a group that was called the Fort Myers Beach Waterways Group. They had worked with an agreement with the town to come up with a plan to, whether it's a taxing district or whatever it is. I haven't dove in it completely yet, but I thought it was a very interesting idea about, with the new stormwater and all the soot and the driveway and all the things that are being pushed into the canals and into the back bay, that's starting to cause an accelerated dredging issue. They had, back in 2003, they had this group that was well down the tracks of implementing a plan with the town's help to do an island-wide dredging thing. So I think they have a similar program on other barrier islands around us. But then obviously Charlie came in and totally wiped everything out, and it never got picked up steam again. So I'd be interested in adding this to maybe a future discussion to see if that's something, there's a will in the town or will of the council to try to get back rolling again. Anyone that lives on a canal knows that a lot of these you can't go out unless it's high tide. You're ankle deep water, and it's just getting worse as the drains are now taking stuff and putting them into the back bay. So I think it'd be something that would be important to look at. To maybe we can do something, maybe we can't, but it would be nice to discuss it.
Just to piggyback on that, that discussion has been going on the island here for a long, long time. And it always gets to a certain point and then never seems to get any traction, but we've talked about that, going island-wide, canal by canal, as money permits and so forth. But, if we could set up some sort of program where the people on the canal, wanted to go into a partnership with the town, and I would support that 100% what you're speaking of. And I think it's going to get to that point because I have experienced the same thing as you, talking to people that just can't get out of their canals at certain times, on the title stages. But, if you want to pursue that, and you'll have my support for sure on that.
Perhaps maybe it's something Murph could pick up. I mean, it is an environmental issue as well, so I don't know if that's something.
I don't think
One
there's
thing
too
I
much
have to point
discussion.
out, though, is the stormwater system should not add sediments to the canal. It has sediment traps. Before water got into the canals, however, over walls, there should be less sediment going into these canals now with the stormwater system. So they were designed for it. They weren't designed to grab.
Using the Santos Road as the town manager was talking about, that wall that was built, that they've elevated that with all this rock. Well, as the cars come in and they crush that, that breaks down. It gets into the drain and it's not going to catch everything. You're just taking sand essentially and sending it and filling up.
Have a sediment trap. Most of these have some kind of release. I know the.
That's excuse me for interrupting, that's a very bad example of what shouldn't be allowed to do. And we're going to need to deal with that case because in that specific case, the amount of potential sediment that's being generated by that parking lot is really beyond what we expect the trap to be able to press. So we're going to have to deal with that right after I went there, which was on Friday, if my memory serves me correctly, when I met with those folks. I already notified our code enforcement staff to review the files of that parking lot, and I believe that it's been built up over time beyond what's been granted by the town, to the extent where they built a retaining wall to try to hold it in. And clearly there's, I didn't see, wasn't there during the heavy rain, but I can't imagine that there isn't sheet flow picking up those dirt particles and dirt and rock and contributing to our drainage system. So that's unusual circumstance that, really needs to be addressed separate and apart from this. And I just want to remind you, this council, using the Laguna Shores as a sample or model, has made the determination that when people in the community have gotten together and expressed the will to dredge a high point in their waterway, to actively participate to the tune, in that case, of $500,000 to help them address their problem. So it's not that the town hasn't been a willing partner. We have been for people who are willing to get together and work with us to do something if they have a specific problem. Then the last point I will say, since Councilor Al has brought up this very significant issue for many waterways communities like ours, is if you care to look at, Monroe County is trying to address this issue as well. And some of the numbers are staggering, their canal system. So you could either look at that at your leisure or at some date when we discuss it, whether it's at the committee or elsewhere, we can bring in some of those articles. But it's a significant problem for canal communities, and how governments are going to work collaboratively with the property owners to deal with it is still a work in progress.
I was waiting to throw in my 2 cents worth to the loss of momentum of these groups in the past. My memory has always been directly attached to the point where council said, you need to participate in funding this. I can tell you that when I've talked to people on my own street, that has happened. Everybody wants the canal dredged, but when it comes to the point of saying, look, we have a precedent set already that the community needs to step up and contribute a certain percentage, and Laguna Shores precedent, I think, is 50%. The momentum of the groups has gone away. So it's not the fault of the town not getting these dredging things going. I've directly related in timing to the council saying, okay, it's time for you guys to pony up.
That dynamic may be changing, though. Maybe changing with
I hope it
the
does.
real estate market the way it is.
And just starting to dive into this, it appears that there's a lot of potential for grants, things like this that the town could participate in.
Even if we got grants, I believe it's important that the people who live on the canals help pay, because there's a lot of people who do not live on a canal.
And I don't, then the people that I've spoken to about this, Madam Vice Mayor, I haven't gotten the inclination that they don't expect that. I don't think that it's a, we need you to do it for us thing. I think it's, can we work together to make it better for everyone is the read I'm getting on it from the people that I've talked to.
I would love to see it happen. I just wanted you to know in the past, it wasn't the fault of the town that
that
it
makes
didn't have momentum.
In this case, it was a devastating hurricane that slowed down.
The town would act as the facilitator, you know, get the thing up, get it going, make it, the program available, and then each canal or whatever, you know, the property owners association, then they'd decide whether to opt in or not, you know, as we went down. Make it available, so.
I do think that, you know, I don't think that necessarily, I don't want to imply the Laguna Shores model is the kind of partnership you would do for every canal, because in their case, it's not actually in a canal, it was out in the canal. I think that, you know, if it's just a canal with nothing but private homes on it, I would expect that maybe that'd be paid for by the canal, the people who live on the canal. But if there is something like, if we do go forward with this house, with the lot here we're talking about, then that also provides an incentive for the people on that if we were going to put a dinghy dock in there, that the town would be now a partner in keeping that.
Well, Counselor, I agree with you that, you know, that's a little different paradigm when we have a public facility as part of that particular canal. So I don't disagree with you that as we figure out what we have to do to make that property work for our intended purpose, that there'll be some of those types of discussions. I will remind the council, and maybe it was a prior council, but we sort of set up a informal taxing district model. People will come in and, you know, we guide them through, here's what you do, you go to, you know, and you get your neighbors and let's gauge their support. Seem to support the concept, you know, then we bring it to council and all that. So we do have a model to work with a particular group of neighborhood residents who are trying to achieve, whether it's a park at the end of the street, whether it's to get their canals dredged or any other, you know, public amenity that they believe would improve their street or neighborhood.
Anything else, Dan?
Yeah, the last thing is on Thomas, Public Safety Committee Chair alluded to that. I was going to talk about the lighting a little bit. And, you know, I'll try to keep it brief, but it's starting to sit uneasy in my stomach that we're moving forward with the capital improvement projects that we've all discussed and very happy for it. But when you learn of people that have lost their lives on bicycles on streets that are poorly lit, to, you know, going back to what you said, Mr. Mayor, it seems as though we're stalling out on this lighting of the boulevard, and I think we can all agree that that is very dangerous. We need to accelerate this somehow. I could tell you that that accident happened at the end of my street. I wasn't in town, but as you can imagine, a lot of the neighbors reached out and talked to me about it. I did not notice that light was out when we left that morning, but the pictures I saw, evidently that light was out, so maybe it went out and I just didn't notice it. But the fact that we don't have proper lighting for the people that live here and visit here, and we can argue until we're blue in the face about the county or the town, at some point we have to make the decision to move forward with or without their help. Too many people are taking too many chances, and we keep promoting, you know, bicycles and for traffic issues, pedestrians, but yet we're not doing anything. We're not being proactive. We're just waiting. We've made our decision. The county, it doesn't appear that they want to make a decision. Maybe they have. I don't know. Mr. Mayor, you've been in discussions with them, but at some point we need to look at this and we need to move this forward. This has been going on far before we got here. And it just needs to stop. We need to do something. We need to figure it out sooner than later.
I'll just add one little thing to that. I've made a few phone calls immediately after that. I'm still waiting to hear back. See. The Vice Mayor.
Bill, I assume you're going to bring up the Murph name change? Okay, then I won't mention that. We had public comment from someone regarding us lifting on Prasad properties. I'd just like to say for the record that I would be against that. We have few enough tools at our disposal in order to enforce compliance, and one of those tools is that we lien all of the properties. So I would like to vehemently state that I am against that request.
I think too, there was nothing in there about coming into compliance when they're requesting to lift those liens.
Right. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on that.
I guess I would want to know more about it before I make a decision one way or another. I don't know what all the liens are for that property or.
The issue is that they want to lift liens on properties that have no code enforcement issues because they refuse to come in compliance on other properties that have, and they're not saying that they will come into compliance.
If I may very quickly, Chapter 162 provides, as well as our code provides, that once a lien is imposed on a piece of property for uncorrected code violations, lien attaches to all real and personal property owned by that entity. And so the company in question owns multiple parcels throughout the town that aren't necessarily, as the Vice Mayor indicated, where the violation is taking place. This is a tool available to us, as we have had this discussion actually as to how do we get properties to come into compliance. This is one of those situations where someone comes in, they have properties, 4 of them of which have code violations, and they have these 2 other properties unencumbered with any code violations, but the liens, because of the 4 other properties, now we have the ability, or lack of, to say it just straight out, we have leverage to tell that individual or that company, take care of these over here, and then we'll consider releasing the lien to these 2 pieces of property over here.
You brought up, man, on these 2 properties, I mean, everybody knows it's been forever that they've been working on them. Is there anything, whatever negotiations happen, to allow that work to start again, to be able to complete that?
Yes, we actually litigated that matter and had to take that property owner to court in that, with those properties, and they agreed. We entered into a settlement that provided for that they had to conform the construction to our regulations, but independent of that, they're, as I said, they're owned by the same corporate entity that owns these other properties where there are code violations.
Else?
I just had a quick question, the town attorney, and it's something he may need to research, so I thought I'd put him on notice. We have people using, I don't even know the name of the vehicle. They are motorized parachutes, basically. My husband calls them butt fans. Flying on the south end of the beach. They seem to be unregulated. They will land in the middle of a flock of birds, for example. They will fly very low and close to people on the beach, frightening them. Now, I haven't seen a lot of bad behavior. Sometimes they're fine. But I'd just like to know if there is any regulation of that from maybe the FAA. It seems like it would be a danger to the helicopters from the sheriff's department that fly along our beach and patrol. So I'm just asking you if you can provide some information on whether, is it regulated, or do we need to?
I believe they're commonly referred to as paragliders, and we will look into it.
I like butt fans. That's
They're motorized.
oh, definitely.
We call them flying lawnmowers.
Yeah.
They've been doing it for years here, and I've noticed it lately that they've been coming perilously close to buildings on the beach. My dogs are fascinated by them. I mean, we'll be walking to the bay, and Boudreaux will hear the noise. He'll turn around and sit and watch for them coming through the buildings. But,
Yeah, they fly between the condo towers.
they've crashed over the years on the beach. Motors have given out. They've crashed. You know, fortunately, no one was ever hurt because they landed in the sand. But they're dangerous. There's no doubt about it. And that would be worth looking into, I'm sure. Anything else, Jim?
I just wanted to flesh out this lighting issue just a little bit more to the extent that it's productive. So strategically, Mr. Mayor, are we waiting then for the county to render a decision, or do you believe they've rendered a decision, or because we need to begin to take action ourselves if they're not going to participate? Do we have a sense of where we are strategically?
I was given some assurances some time ago that there was going to be something forthcoming at a meeting of the commission. That hasn't happened yet. So I don't know what stage they're at in how they're going about it, but all I can tell you is what conversations that I've had. So that's where it's at. And frankly, to answer your question and Councilman Aller's question, how we can move ahead forward on a road that's not ours, I don't understand how we can do that. I don't understand that. It's there. I don't know how many times I'm going to say it, but my opinion, it's their responsibility. It's their road. It's the county road. And unfortunately, we're the ones that have to take the hits for it down here, but it's their road and it needs to be lit. And it's their responsibility to do it. And I've been assured that they're going to step up and participate in that. So it's waiting. I don't know when. So yes, we are waiting.
Okay, I just didn't know strategically, are we at a point where we should petition them in writing? We all individually get involved. I mean, I've talked to our opportunity. I don't want to impact your negotiations adversely. But should we all be assigned commissioners? Should we go meet with people? I mean, what could we proactively do to?
Well,
that's
I
constructive.
don't think it would hurt for everybody to voice in with them. You know, I mean, and you're certainly not restricted to doing that. You know, I don't see how that could hurt. I mean, I think we were trying to avoid that in the beginning, but you know, so it slowed up a little bit. So I mean, you know, if you want to bring the heat back on, have at it.
Do we undercut our own negotiating position if we begin to look for funding options for the town? I mean, you're right, it is awkward because it is a county road. But we were prepared to pay for part of it anyways, or some of it, all of it. So, I mean, should we begin that discussion? I mean, since you were involved in the negotiations, you'd have a better sense of it, I guess.
I would not. Okay. In my opinion, would be to hold fast where we are. Hold the line on what what our demands are. Demands are is for you, Lee County, to step up and light your road and fund the project. So
One thing I'll say though, because Dan kind of implied that maybe that the street was out, this accident happened, and when I was with the Public Safety Committee, we divide up the road, and then the members of the committee would go and look for lights that were out. Anybody can do that. Anybody can report a light that's out. Even, it makes inadequate lighting even more so. So certainly keeping what we have running is something that even the public can participate in by reporting lights that are out.
yeah, always do that. But the bigger picture is I'm getting at here is how to proceed with the county. And I'm waiting, Jim. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do.
Should we all appear at the next county commissioner meeting in a very friendly way and
do that?
I just don't want to jeopardize your negotiations. So,
Can I just interrupt for a second? So I think one of the questions is really this, and that is, you know, hearing the mayor's comment, it sounds like we have a supporter. 2,
Yes.
possibly 3 on the county commission. I think we need to try to find out how we could help those people actually get it across the finish line. They may be waiting for certain timing. I don't know. I haven't been involved in those discussions, but I think perhaps we can find out what their strategy is and see how we could support their strategy. Maybe the mayor could do that, and then say, okay, they're handling it. They're be patient, or they want us to do X, Y, and Z to support their efforts, and we'll do X, Y, and Z to support their efforts. So maybe we can find that out between now and the next council meeting or two, and then to the extent that they're asking for specific strategic help, we can help them do that. I do think every time we indicate a sense of loss of patience, we're we're hurting our cause a little bit. So yeah, I know you all are impatient, as am I, but I think that, in some cases, it is a game of chicken to see who blinks first. So, if you're a believer that this is a county road and it's their responsibility to make it safe, then we should focus our energies on that and not necessarily a Plan B.
Roger, I kind of cringe a little bit there when you say we're playing chicken with people's lives. This is not about who should pay for it, in my opinion. This is about it needs to be done. We all agree on it. The county agrees on it. It needs to be done before another life is lost. And I don't understand why we keep discussing. I mean, we haven't even given them a plan. We've told them that we want amber lighting, but we haven't even given them a plan so they can analyze what it's going to cost. We're asking them to give us something that we haven't given them.
I disagree with your comment, Counselor, with all due respect. Our consultant report gives them the information in terms of what the potential costs are. So they have a beginning of that, and they're very capable of picking up the phone and asking any one of you, any one of us, to say that we're willing, we need you to do X, Y, and Z to help us get down the road. And to my knowledge, they have not done that. So I don't know that they're necessarily missing any information. But if they are, we'll be more than glad to provide it. But I don't disagree with you that the road needs lighting. I don't think there's anyone who's been here who would disagree with that. This has been a long-standing issue that predates you, predates me, may even predate some of the people like Roxanne and Mayor Murphy who've been here a lot longer than us. But the fact of the matter is that if you all want to sit down and say, okay, we don't care about jurisdiction and we're just going to take, fine, let's do that. But let's do that within the context of saying how much we're going to have to raise the millage and who's going to pay for it and X, Y, and Z and how we're going to do that. Let's not talk about it and then not have the discussion about money. So if everyone wants to have a discussion about taking on responsibility, I think you know me well enough to know I'm willing to build anything you want to fund. So if you want to have that conversation, let's have it with real money and real how we're going to raise it and how we're going to do it and all that. And I'll be at the table with you to accomplish that.
I think before we get to that step, and I agree with everything you just said, we need a decision from them one way or another. And I think to Councilman Adderhalt's questions, how do we get to that? How do we, either yes, no, maybe something, get something out of them? How do we accelerate their decision?
You know, in my discussions with some of these people, the commissioners, a number has been bandied about. They've thrown out a number. So that tells me that discussions are going on. They are talking about it. So I'm sure they didn't just pull this number out of the air and say, here's so many millions of dollars, take this and good luck. So they've looked at it. So they're discussing it. It's just a matter now of getting them over the finish line, getting this thing going. I share your aspiration with this project. I mean, as Roger said, it's been going on for years. It's been going on for years. I mean, we used to have a Fort Myers Beach lighting district down here years ago. Our own little another MSTU or whatever it was, and that's where all these questions went to. But that's no longer. You know, it's the county. It's the county. That's where these questions should be directed. And confident that they're discussing this. It's just, as I say, just a matter of getting them over the line. So. Anything else, Jim?
Just a bit of a non sequitur, but I talked to Roger the other day. I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with this. We're revising our comp plan. We've hired a consultant to do that. We've had a number of conversations over the last year about the increase, or certainly perceived, I think it's real, increase in rental properties. And I'm wondering if we can ask the consultant, or if the town can do it internally, to gather data about how many rental properties we have on the island, where are they located, what has been the percent increase over the last 5-10 years. maps that give us a sense of where it's concentrated. That way, when we're looking at our comprehensive plan and trying to revise it and trying to also create policies that help our island. And again, not getting into the pros or cons of rental properties today because it's 33. I just think it would help us to make more evidence-based decisions and have data to help us make better policy. And I just wanted to get a sense if there was an agreement for that need, and then hopefully then Roger can figure out a way to help gather that.
I think a lot of that information though is available, and even in the departmental reports now, they're putting the number of short-term rental registrations in that report, and the numbers that I got from them some time ago, it shows a doubling of the short-term rental registrations over the last like 3 or 4 years.
Don't misunderstand. I think you're right. I think it is growing, and I think it presents challenges. You say short-term, I'm talking about all rentals. Where are the short-term rentals on the island? Where are the long-term rentals? How have they increased? See some mapping, see some data, some evidence that really could help us.
The zoning maps will show you that.
Okay.
I know there's some exceptions to it, but
I've not seen it presented by Jason or any, when I was on the LPA. It's hard for the public to access that data. I'm not denying that this is a trend. As an engineer, I would think want to see specific data, and I just think it's not very accessible to the public in order for them to fully grasp what's happening to our island. Except anecdotally.
I do agree. And the other thing is like, the first house we bought here was in a, monthly rental area, and we had a non-conforming legal mother-in-law apartment. It took me years to figure out what I could do with that apartment. Could I rent them out separately or not? And as a newcomer to the island, I didn't know. The information was not readily available to me what those rules are. So I do agree with that. And there's also what's allowed and then what's being done. Those are also two different pictures.
And Councilor Reese, the broader issue of how many residents on the island versus rental properties. Where are they located? We hear streets that have just become all rental. Where are those? And what's it? Would be great to see some mapping of what that looks like on the island. And is the mid-island impacted most? Is the north, the south? Where are the trends? Just think it would help us better set policy to have some more user-friendly, specific information in that area, I think. That's all I'm saying.
Jim, I want to say I agree. I'd like to see the information, but I can tell you anecdotally that my street has changed its personality from a residential street with people who cooperated with each other to a street that is now mostly short-term rentals. And my neighbors that I speak with and people that I speak to across the island are finding the same thing happening. So I would like to see the numbers to show that our anecdotal evidence is really true.
Yeah. And please don't misunderstand. I believe it is a serious trend. There's no question about it. I just would like to see some data and more specificity in a way that's accessible to the public so they could so we can, and all as a community, make better decisions going forward, or more specific decisions.
Agreed.
Okay, so since it seems to be consensus to look in let me be clear that we don't have the staff to be able to do that. We would engage a consultant, and if the consultant agreement is $25,000 or less, I could sign it. Otherwise, I'll bring it back to the council for approval.
Now, what specifically? Because I know the short-term rental registrations. We have addresses for those. You know which houses are allowed to be weekly and which ones are allowed to be monthly. So what would this consultant be doing?
Well, a couple of things. Well, let's just take the example of the short-term rental registrations. We have to have someone go through them and say, is this Councilor Veach owned the house and then he registered it. Then he sold it to Councilor Adderholt, and now he registered it. So we have to go through all those and see how many duplicative addresses there are. In the condominium buildings that opted out, we have one registration for the building, so we don't know how many units in that building are being registered. We don't know about whether or not we can find out how many properties are homesteaded, but we don't know if there's some long-term rentals more than 6 months, which means they wouldn't be part of our short-term rental program. There's a lot of nuances to this that need to be looked at. And I guess last but not least, you know, if we produce this, the data, you know, there's always the possibility that someone's going to criticize the data as being skewed versus if someone independent provides it. So for those many reasons, it may make sense to hire someone outside to do the analysis.
Two thoughts I would add to that, too. I believe Jim mentioned not just short-term rentals, but long-term rentals, which are not part of our registration. So that would be a necessary thing to find out. The other thing that actually came to mind previously, and I'd forgotten to mention it before, I think it would be appropriate that we share our short-term rental information registration list with the property appraisers so that they can compare it to the homestead registrations, because I think that's a big problem that we've got, that people are pretending to be homesteaded at the same time that they're making money off their property, yet paying the lower tax rate under homestead. So I would be in favor as a council to making the offer to the property appraiser's office to share the addresses of our short-term rental registration with them.
One thing this also kind of segues into is, I know that it's part of a housing program. You look at the requirements. One of the requirements by the state is you do a housing survey, get a picture of affordable housing in your town and what's considered affordable. So, like you said, how many are long-term rentals? How many are owner-occupied? How many are short-term rentals, et cetera, is something that was, I think, like a requirement in housing programs.
Of each. To that point, we have asked the Lee County Housing Specialist to come and counsel, and I think we have them scheduled for the second meeting in March, if I remember correctly.
I believe it's that one.
You know, they can give us some guidance as to what might be the appropriate next steps to help not only round out Councilor Adhalt's request for additional data, but to move us, to show us the path down the road to begin to deal with the housing issue, and identify the specific problems the council sees and develop specific strategies to address those.
I'm going to jump back in because sometimes I will say something and no one says yes and no one says no, and I let it go. But this time I'd like to hear from my fellow council members. Does anyone agree with me that we should make an offer to share our short-term rental registration information with the property appraiser's office?
My lack of a response wasn't out of disagreement or agreement. It was out of, I don't fully understand what the current policy is and what the ramifications of that are. In other words, is that not public information now for them? I guess is my question. I just don't know.
They could come and ask for it, but I think we should offer it to them because I think it will be a benefit to us of helping. We need to use all available tools to help with the short-term rental problem, and this is one of them. We have people who are registered as homesteaded, and they're paying much, much lower tax rates when indeed it is not a homesteaded property. They are not living there anymore. They are renting it out.
Which is illegal, by
It
the
is.
way.
Don't miss it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I didn't know that the assessors don't have access to that information. I did not know that.
They have access to it because it's a public record, but I don't know that they've asked for it, and I would like to proactively offer it to them as part of our tools in our tool belt to help with our problem. Other communities may not have a short-term rental problem, so they have no reason to offer.
Just trying to better understand what you were asking.
You have any history of that, John?
I think that Vice Mayor's characterization is right on. The property appraiser, like some government agencies, isn't necessarily as proactive. It depends upon the jurisdiction. Some property appraisers put a priority on pursuing people who have fraudulent homestead designations because they're not living there full time. They're using it for commercial purposes, whatever may be the case. or they have another property somewhere else that's also homesteaded. And as the mayor points out, that is illegal under Florida law. And so it would just be providing that information to the supervisor elections without the supervisor elections having to ask it of us.
Not the
An
supervisor of
accommodation.
elections, property appraiser.
Property appraiser, I'm sorry. Would also end up in the property appraiser's hands as well, for them to then value it properly.
In a survey, though, I mean, one thing is, I don't know how easy it is for it seems like it's something kind of difficult for us to get our arms around it. And I'm not sure how much access the property appraiser has on our short-term rental list, but we have access to we have access to what homes are homesteaded.
They're the ones who enforce that rule, not us.
We could certainly, if we're going through our survey.
They're the ones who can take away the homestead.
Right, but instead of going through and saying, give them our entire list, when we're doing our survey and we're trying to figure out the scope of our short-term rentals, then we come across a property like that, we can tell these are about that property.
Then they would have to go back and verify all that before they could do enforcement, so you'd be doubling the amount of work. If they're doing an enforcement procedure, they're the ones who need to gather the information.
Anyway, you didn't get a response. I'm certainly up for, if the town wants to reach out to the appraiser's office and see if there's something they're interested in. I'm good with that.
So let me be clear. I think what I hear the vice mayor saying is that record is a public record. They, and any, for that matter, any member of the public is entitled to it. All they have to do is request it through Amy, and in a matter of a couple of days, they get it. What I'm hearing the vice mayor say is that rather than wait for a request to just go ahead and send it to them periodically, so they have the benefit of that information. Now, what they do with it once they get it,
Well, now, wait a
don't
minute.
know, but
Wait a
that's-
minute.
that's
I agree
the
with everything
question
you're
at hand.
I agree with everything you're saying from a practical standpoint. Happy to share that, but we ought to, if we share, we ought to proactively have our town attorney contact the appraiser's office and said, hey, here's what we have, here's the format we have it in. Who do we send it to? Would it be helpful? Is there ways to, I mean, it has to be some kind of I assume you agree with this, have to be some sort of a collaborative outreach to make it.
It'd be nice to let them know why we're giving it to them.
Exactly, and that's all I'm saying, yes, yeah, then I agree with that.
And see if they want it. They may have their own procedures they go through that does not involve getting information. I don't know.
It hurts to ask.
I think having the conversation is the first step.
Anything else, Jim?
No, that's all I have, thank you.
I'm kind of segued into something that I'd like to add to an MP coming up, and that's conversation on enforcement, particularly around housing. Because I like the idea, Jim, of really trying to get our arms around what the situation is. Then we have talked about wanting to be a friendly small town. But we also still want to be a town. We have rules we want to have enforced. So I'd like to just have a conversation about our philosophy towards enforcement. Is it working? And once we get an understanding of where we are and which houses can be rented on a short term, and then find out how they're being rented, we come up with a better way of enforcing that. Maybe, what happens is you have neighborhoods, like I know the area just down here, just past the fire station, there's a big area which is all weekly rental. The whole neighborhood is blocked off being weekly rental. And one of those, former Mayor Saracita lives on it. She said she was amazed that it's only like 5 people who now live on her street year round. And those get more and more tapped out. People are going into areas where they're not allowed. And they're renting monthly rental houses for less than a month frequency. So I think that I'd like to get my arms around this and then come up with just a conversation about enforcement, about the best we can do to make sure that our neighborhoods stay as they were intended.
I was talking about at the last meeting, nature view.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about, that very
And I'm not very comfortable with just saying it's about complaining, because some people don't complain. Or sometimes if there's enough short-term rentals, they're not going to complain.
One thing that has happened too there's been a change in state law. We always had the complaint-driven method here. Since we have been using the complaint-driven method, the state changed the law and said, you now have to give your name. I think that's changed the whole dynamic, so I think it is important that we do have this discussion, because maybe complaint-driven isn't going to work anymore because of the change in state law.
It becomes more of a neighbor versus neighbor thing.
Yes.
Oh, with consensus, I'd like to see us move forward with that, and maybe coming up soon, or just start having a conversation before we.
I agree, Bill.
Yep.
And another thing is, I'd like to put on a future MP is as staff recommended, a discussion on corner lot zoning and having 2 front yards. A lot of the variances that have come in front of us have involved corner lots. People want to put pools, et cetera, where they're from a corner lot. So at least I'd like to have that discussion.
I think that's a good idea, and now that Sarah's basically done with her big project, I don't know if we can keep her on. Roger? Would we be able to keep Sarah on, or since she's done with this project, basically, would we be able to put her on Bill's concern about the corner lots then?
Yes, actually, I was going to transition Sarah into not only that, but also working with the consultant on to get the land development code rewrite back in front of you or whatever. So yes to
I just
both.
thought it would be helpful, since she's done the most recent work, she'd be so familiar with it. It would be good to have a continuity using Sarah for that.
You would, but I think her and the consultant also were working on one of the things I think we paid her a lot for was working on workforce and affordable housing and getting that in our codes. That's a pretty big piece. But certainly, I don't think it's a very difficult thing. I think that it seems like staff already talked about wanting to do it, so I think that they probably have an idea of what could be done. And then finally, MRF name change. This was driven by Jennifer wanting to, she just said it's limiting having only marine. And I think since they're doing this really great job of public outreach, getting a lot of conversations, and one of the first questions people probably ask is, what does MRF stand for? And it has nothing in there about anything upland. It's all marine. Now, when I first got on MRF, like 10 years ago, the first agenda items was to change the name, and it failed. And the reason it failed is because there's a great deal of loyalty to the MRF name from Mr. Mulholland. He was the one who, I guess, coined the name and worked on it. So MRF wanted this. They voted 5-1, I think, for it. I'm kind of on the fence, but be more descriptive. Since they're doing such a good job of outreach, I can appreciate their point. It's something that I've been involved with, but I'd be interested to hear what the rest of council says.
I like the change. Someone relatively new to the island, I found the description of the advisory committee confused. I think this better describes, it's not all conclusive or all inclusive, but it better describes what they do, their focus is. And a layperson I would have a much better understanding of what MRF is by the new name, I think. Yeah, that's my opinion.
I agree with Jim.
Or you have a long history and know the players?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, and please take my remarks in the spirit that they're given. Marine Resources Task Force, which it is recently, does a lot of great work, and somewhere along the line, you mentioned Mulholland. When John Mulholland started that as an advisory committee to the council, it was the Marine Resources Task Force. Its sole responsibility in those days, and the way it came into being, its sole responsibility and sole focus was Estera Bay, the water quality in Estera Bay. And that's where it was directed in those days and so forth. And then when I left the council in 2001 until I got back in 2018, a lot happened, and And I wasn't on the council then, so I don't know what happened. And I don't know if those, if that original ordinance, that founding ordinance has changed, whereby the responsibilities have increased with the Marine Resources Task Force. And again, I'm not belittling what gets done by that committee. A lot of good. I mean, it's all good. But, somewhere along the line, it went from Estero Bay to everything environmental. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I am saying that if the documents haven't kept up with the growth of the committee and the function of the committee, then they should. So if you're going to change the name, better change the documents to reflect to what the responsibility of the Marine Resources Task Force is.
I've done that. I've looked
have
at the
done
founding documents and defining ordinance, and it's pretty odd.
Okay.
And one of the things too is that,
Then and I'm not saying, Bill, I'm not being
No, I know you're not.
combative. I'm being ignorant.
And I'm not just trying to tell you what I know. One thing is, and this was a conscious understanding, is that it's not just about the water, because everything we do on the land affects the water. Whether it's a parking lot that's putting sediment into canals, or whether it's people putting fertilizer on their lawns.
I get it. Okay.
Councilmember, if I may, section 2 of your town code, Article 4 requires an ordinance. Change the name because the Marine Resources Task Force is established by ordinance. It says the board objectives of MRF are to further the welfare of the citizens of the town by helping to promote a better, more healthful, safe, and attractive community environment, and to ensure that unique and natural characteristics of marine resources are provided, or any other topics as assigned by the town council. So if you want to expand the scope of the responsibilities of the Marine Resources Task Force, you certainly can do that, but to actually change the name, you will need to adopt an ordinance modifying this section of the code to give it whatever name you would desire.
I'd be in favor of that ordinance, and I've just looked up the part of the ordinance that does have the responsibilities, and Ray, it does indeed. It's very broad. So the name change would not need to.
Was it the original language, or was it updated? It seems to me it must have been up, but that's okay.
I believe it was updated.
Well, that's fine. I just wasn't aware of it.
But I think it was updated quite a while ago.
As I say, there was a long gap in between.
You take 15 years off and things change.
I know. Amazing.
Can we maybe put that on a M&P?
Actually, I don't think we need to put it on an MMP. It's just drafting an ordinance.
I agree.
To change the name, so I just say, John, bring it back at a council meeting.
Anything else, Bill?
Done.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of items here. The first one, Roger, I don't want to sandbag you on this one. I didn't have a chance to come in and talk to you about it, but I'm bringing back up the issue of the fishing pier underneath Matanzas Pass Bridge on our side of the bridge. Somewhere along the line, the decision was made, and I don't know who made it or why or whatever. I do know why, but I don't know who made the decision that we were going to, if state was willing to turn that over to us, assuming that we assumed the responsibility of maintaining it, and the decision was made that we were not going to do that. I don't know who made that decision, but I don't know if we made the decision or who made the decision. I want to reconsider that decision. I spoke with the engineer the other night at the FDOT hearing. This young lady, and I don't have her card with me. I forget her name right now, but that's her purview right there. That's what she does. She's in charge of that. And so I discussed it with her, and I told her, I said, where are you along with removing that and so forth and so on? Well, we're not anywhere close to removing it because, as a matter of fact, we didn't get the approval in the funding cycle, so it's going to stay there for a little while longer. But so I said, well, what exactly is the issue as far as that goes? And well, it's the town has to assume the responsibility of maintaining it. I said, well, and you have to bring it up into condition to give to us. Yes. I said, well, how much could it possibly be to bring that up into to give to us. Well, not much. I said, how about the structure itself? You know, what's down in the water and that, you know, how it's being held up and everything. Is it safe? That's fine. She said the real issue was, she told me this, she's the engineer. She told me that the issue was the steps going onto the pier, fishing pier. She says those need a little bit of work, which we're willing to do to bring it up to snuff and repair it. And then once we would do that, we'd turn it over to you, and you would assume the responsibility of maintenance for it. I said, well, how much maintenance could possibly be involved in something like that? And she says, not much. I said, who's doing it now? And she said, the county on the other side. The county is maintaining that on the San Carlos Island side. They've assumed the responsibility of that. And I got thinking, I mean, well, how much more would it be, even if we had to pay for it, for the county while they're out servicing or maintaining the one on their side, to come over and take a look at our side once in a while, and if it needed some sort of repairs or something, maintenance, how much could it be? Now, I'm weighing that against removing an amenity on the island that gives a lot of people a lot of pleasure. And so that's my pitch. I'm making a pitch to save the pier, as it were. So
I like your sentiment, Ray, but her story doesn't make sense to me. If the only thing they need to do is fix the steps and it wouldn't cost them that much money, then why would they be willing to tear it down rather than spend a small amount of money?
Well, that part is, spend money to maintain it,
Right, they're saying
maintenance.
the story that I heard was they were going to tear it down because they didn't want to maintain it anymore and it was too expensive. And if she's telling you, oh, it'll work on the steps, then the story doesn't jive to me why you would spend the money to tear down an amenity when the cost to maintain it is so small.
Well, I don't know the answer to that, Vice Mayor. All I know is what I spoke to her about, and she assured me that it's not going to be much to bring it up to snuff and not much to maintain it as well. Now, I guess they wanted to get out of the pier business for some reason. I don't know what their motivation was at the state, but I do know that the pier across the way over there on the San Carlos Island side is being used, and everybody's still enjoying it, and they're maintaining it. I just don't know why we can't do the same on our side of the island, on our side of the bridge.
And I agree with you if what she's saying is true, but her story doesn't seem to make sense.
Well, I guess if there's consensus among the council members to move forward on this, we can flesh all that out. If it looks like we're buying a pig in a poke, well, then we can back off. But I want to be shown that, or we just say, get rid of it. I want to be shown that. Missouri, show me, Missouri. That's what I want to be.
I'm okay getting more information.
Okay.
Could we get a little history, Roger? Did the state or the county come to the detown and we said no, or did they present a number to you?
Well, we didn't maintain that facility. So we discovered that it was in disrepair to the extent that it was dangerous. State. So we contacted the state and brought it to their attention. They then estimated the cost to repair and were about to end the repairs, and then came back with this statement that we're not going to repair it unless you agree to maintain it. And I explained to them that we don't maintain bridge structures. I mean, if we had other bridge structures that we maintained, that, we might contemplate doing that, but we don't maintain other bridge structures. Any others in the town that we maintain. It'll be a whole new arena of work for us to engage in.
Well, it wouldn't have to be, excuse me, Roger, it wouldn't have to be. If Lee County, we do it all the time. We enter into interlocal agreements with Lee County. I mean, if they're repairing the one on the other side, why can't they repair ours? We go into an agreement with them and assume that cost, whatever it is, and,
We could, that's a true, way that we could pursue this, not knowing what that cost would be, but yes, that's an avenue that could be explored if they're willing to do that or not. The other issue is that, this came up sort of the same time as the issue of can we or can't we cantilever the path off the bridge, and the realization that perhaps DOT can't. And so, you know, we're not only concerned with what you can see, but what you can't see. So for that whole variety of reasons, we told them it's, you know, I gave them the example, they spent $22 million to renovate a fishing pier in the Keys. So, you know, I said to them that, you know, why sort of this change in philosophy? And they just said, well, we're trying to jettison maintenance responsibilities to the greatest extent possible. So, you know, that's where it wound up. But, you know, if the council feels that's an important amenity for the town and, you know, wants to continue it, we will think it's important for us to get them here at a public meeting and have them explain you all and everyone else how it would work, and then we could pursue it here, but.
Would be happy to contact her and have her come down and explain all that. Happy
So that we all understand, and like above the water line, below the water line, how that all works. Are we responsible for, you know, where it's physically attached to the bridge and a variety of other things. But all that being said, after hearing all that, if the council wants us to assume that responsibility or any other responsibility, just let us know and we'll do that.
I'd like to explore it anyhow, and I'll tell you why. It's an amenity to the town. My other problem is with the new Big Carlos Pass Bridge coming, we're losing that fishing down there. Now, when I went to the public hearing at the county commission, when they took the vote on that, the final vote, they assured me in a public meeting that there'd be some sort of accommodation made underneath the bridge for the fishermen. Now, we'll see if that happens. If it does, fantastic. If it doesn't, it's one more historical fishing spot on Fort Myers Beach that is gone forever. So I don't want to see that one go, and I don't want to see another one go that can be like a gimme, as far as I can see. Anyhow. Okay, well, thank you for your support, and we look forward to
Could I make a
getting it done.
specific request?
Yes.
If the state already did an estimate of how much it was going to cost to fix, and that would be a public record that we could request and see.
We could request that record.
I'd actually like to see that rather than just relying on an oral report that they come and give to us.
I think that's great, and I thought, Roger, that you intimated that they shared with you the number that it was going to cost to repair. Did
It
they?
has been a while, so I don't want to trust my memory. I'd rather get it, but it may have been a small number to them, but to us was not that small. But the point is, they were going to pay for the repair.
Yes.
Right.
So, you know, but I do think that that's indicative of what the potential costs to us are.
Well, maybe while you're doing your research, you might call the county and ask them how much it's costing them to maintain the other side. And things happen, you know. I mean, if a storm came through or if something failed underneath, but if they're going to give to us a piece of equipment they're saying is up to snuff and is up to the standards today, with a useful life of so many years, we should be able to rely on that.
As long as it's not like the county giving us our water system.
Well, that's right. That's right. And, well, I have a lot of opinions about that too, but that's for another time. Okay, we'll move on. I've got two other items. One is I want to remind everybody that memorial service for Dan Hughes is on Saturday, February the 26th at 11 o'clock at Raphael's church. That's 26th. Then I'll conclude by, on a happy note, one of our grand dames here on the beach is having a special day next week. Betty Simpson is going to turn 90 years old. Now, everybody knows Betty. She's been so involved with the town since its formation and even before that. She was involved in the real estate community down here. She was involved as a volunteer back in the day, raised her family here, involved in the incorporation of the town. Once that went through, she jumped in and got involved in everything, you know, from the LPA to the Mount House to, I'm sure I'm leaving out 10 different committees. But Betty has always been there when the town asked for her, needed her. Maybe sometimes even when they didn't, but she was always there. And we want to recognize you, Betty, and wish you a happy birthday. And let me be the first to tell you that you don't look anywhere near 90. And thanks so much for all you've done for the town and for all of us individually. And just thank you for being the person that you are. Well, thank you very much. And that concludes my remarks. If there's nothing else, the good of the order, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Moved. Second. Discussion. Objection. Okay, we're adjourned at 1:08.